Lucas grabbed a copy of Starman from the shelf next to his bunk. Starman, number 81, from Volume 2. It was a near-mint copy, but he carefully pulled it out of his plastic wrapper. He would have preferred a more worn copy to keep this one protected, but it was the only copy he had been able to find. But on days like these, Lucas needed something extra. He needed that reward for pushing himself the extra mile. It was a simple system that served him well, and he knew he could make most things happen as long as his supply of good comics held out. This was Lucas's second year in the treetop house. He called it Castle Jack. Before Castle Jack, he had stayed in a huge residence close to Taman Park. That house had its benefits. Lots of space, closer to other lootable houses and buildings, and near where he had grown up. It was closer to how things had been before. It was also too big, and a bit too close to home. But the main reason Lucas felt the need to relocate was the proximity to them. Staying in the woods, closer to the river, was definitely a lot safer, even though it required more time and energy to survive. But it was secure. Secure enough, at least. The oil in his reading lamp was about to burn out, signaling the end of Lucas's bedtime Starman session. With the last few seconds of illumination from the lamp, he added paraffin to his to-do list, right next to the main objective for tomorrow's mission, to locate the very last copy missing from his Starman collection, The Mist, a special edition from 1998. Early the next day, Lucas woke up at dawn. He tiredly stumbled out the door of his house, greeted by the sound of a jingle bell ornament hanging above it. Lucas had mounted the bell there to function as an alarm, but so far, all it had done was slightly annoy him and vaguely remind him of Christmas. As usual, he had a lot to do, and in his 30-some years on this planet, he knew well that he functioned best in the early hours of the day. Food rations were running low again, so he had to skip breakfast. But as long as he had coffee, he could function well enough to do what needed to be done, at least until noon. He was sure he'd find something to eat on his way to where he was going today. He had different ways of leaving his treetop shelter. One was, of course, down the stairs he had meticulously built while making the house. Then there were the more entertaining ways of departure, the zip line and the rope elevator. He had also a fourth way of leaving, a method he had only tested once and didn't plan to use unless he really needed to. Lucas used the last drops of paraffin to boil water for his daily dose of instant coffee. He got dressed and geared up for today's mission. A knife, a Maglite flashlight, a spacious backpack, a baseball bat, a Glock G19, a bottle of water from his now functioning water supply, and strong coffee in a thermos cup made with a couple more teaspoons of instant coffee powder than the manufacturer recommended. In the beginning, after everything changed, Lucas preferred to use whatever vehicle he could find: cars, motorbikes, and snowmobiles in the winter. His favorite was a Honda 250 dirt bike. It was fast and easy to maneuver between all the broken-down cars cluttering the roads and streets. Everything was busier and more chaotic in the beginning, so he needed to move fast, a lot faster than they did. As things calmed down, traveling discreetly became crucial. He still had the dirt bike ready to go in a shed next to the treehouse. Other than checking on it every now and then, he hadn't used it in several months. Next to it, in the shed, he also had his now preferred vehicle of choice, a rather worn-down bicycle he found in the garage of his former shelter next to the park. The bike was silent and practical, and it was just about fast enough to escape. Lucas cycled towards Healdsburg, the city where he grew up, and the closest city to where he now resided. He had a coffee holder for his thermos cup on the handlebar of his bike, something he once saw and grabbed from a deserted baby stroller in downtown Healdsburg. He headed towards a corner shop on Lewis Road, a place he had once marked on his map as rather safe and absolutely unlooted. Most places in Healdsburg had been looted by now, most of them from when there were more living people in the area. Survivors. But for the last year or so, Lucas was the only living human in the area. That he was pretty sure of. Every time he entered the city, he mapped out potential new places to visit for different supplies he might need in the future. The corner shops usually had a variety of what Lucas needed: canned food, some tools, instant coffee, and paraffin. It took about an hour to get to Lewis Road and the corner store Lucas had his eyes on. The temperature of the air and the brisk smell hinted that fall was approaching, a friendly reminder of what Lucas needed to find on today's trip. He parked outside the store, and it looked almost as mint as his copy of number 81 of Starman. It was as if it were wrapped up and protected by a thin, almost invisible film, kept greasy hands off it. The store had security bars covering all windows, and Lucas knew that the front door was locked. The steel bars had prevented anyone from entering through the windows, and a locked door was surprisingly effective for anyone who wanted to enter a building without making too much sound doing so. Luckily for Lewis, he had spent an awful lot of time watching a YouTube channel by the name of Lock-Picking Lawyer before the internet disappeared in a blink 3 years ago. The so-called lawyer on this very YouTube channel had given Lucas all the knowledge he needed to pick most locks he had encountered on his journey. As many YouTubers did back then, the lawyer also had a web shop where you could order merchandise, and to Lucas's pleasant surprise, lock-picking tools. The lock on Polcari's grocery store called for a covert tubular lockpick, not the type of lockpick tool you used to see in blockbuster movies. This was a more advanced tool for a more advanced job. Lucas was able to get the door open in just under 60 seconds. He bet the lawyer would have used less than 20, but he was in. Polcari's was even cleaner on the inside. Lucas thought it looked like the grocery store's showcase to tourists in North Korea, most likely fake and with hired actors pretending to be the owners. Shelves and produce so neatly in order. It couldn't be right. Lucas was pretty sure this was real, though, but the condition of Polcari's really made him wonder what happened here. The barred windows and locked door somewhat explained why someone hadn't raided the place, but the whole place told a story that Lucas still wasn't able to fully comprehend quite yet. He slowly walked by the counter and the first shelf, loaded with fast carbohydrates and iPhone chargers and accessories. His eyes scanned the sugar aisle for something orange, something that would go well with the last few sips of coffee. And there it was. He grabbed 2 packs of Reese's Pieces, one for lunch and one for later, hopefully to be enjoyed together with a special edition of Starman, in a warm bed and illuminated by an oil lamp full of paraffin. He knew from experience that he shouldn't fill up his backpack with Reese's, no matter how much he enjoyed them. A world like this, with all its obstacles and shortcomings, when it came to supplies and food, also required a lot of self-discipline. A week of living on Snickers bars in a cabin in Clear Lake taught him that last winter. He couldn't even stomach looking at a Snickers anymore, and he had definitely learned that his body preferred other food groups to function well. At the back of the store, Lucas found canned goods that vaguely represented those food groups. He filled half of his backpack with beans, tuna, Spam, peas, and his favorite, mini raviolis. A quick look around Polcari's told him that this place would give him what he needed of food for close to a year. 2 effective days with his bike and trailer would fill up his shelter with food for the winter and more. His quick walk around the premises also told him that there was no fuel for his oil lamp to be found. Looks like Polcari's was sold out of paraffin, which was very odd, considering how fully stocked every aisle was. Lucas looked at the door in the back of the store. He knew from his last trip to Lewis Road, the one where he found and put Polcari's on his potential loot map, that the back door didn't lead to the back alley. It was most likely a door that led to a set of stairs that connected to the apartment above the corner shop, the place where, most likely, the owner of Polcari's used to reside. He knew that behind that door and up those stairs was the answer to why this very corner shop was left in a pristine state like no other store in Healdsburg. Last time Lucas was here, he knocked on the exterior door to make sure no one was there. A knock on the door would usually provoke a reaction from three possible problems. Firstly, wildlife stuck inside a building. No way a deer was able to pick that lock and close the door behind itself, so Lucas didn't expect that. Secondly, a living human being. Could be good-hearted or not so good-hearted, but set on protecting the premises. Or it could be housing one of them. But of course, he hadn't been inside the door leading up to the apartment. Lucas walked slowly up the stairs, carrying his baseball bat in his right hand and the flashlight in his left. At the top of the stairs, there was another door leading into the apartment above Polcari's. Lucas peeked through the keyhole, trying to use the afternoon sun coming in through the apartment windows to see if it was safe to enter. It wasn't anything he saw, but rather something he smelled that confirmed the suspicion he had when he first entered the abandoned grocery store. No one had ever fled in a panic from Polcari's. As soon as things went south 3 years ago, not a single person had entered the charming grocery store on Lewis Road, nor left it. And Lucas could smell the person who never left. The living room above Polcari's looked as if it were sealed in epoxy resin, like a time capsule of how everything was before. Same with the kitchen and bathroom. It had been a long time since Lucas had seen someone's house in such pristine condition. The odor from something that looked like a home office hinted that this room wasn't in the same pristine state as the others. Lucas didn't have to use his flashlight anymore, as the warm sunlight brightened up the room for him. In the middle of it sat what Lucas figured must have been Mr. Polcari, or at least parts of him. The remains were badly burned, lying in what looked to be a state-of-the-art gaming chair. In front of it, a laptop. Around the badly burned body and chair were several empty plastic cans of paraffin, and even more full cans of the same flammable substance. In over his 3 years of entering countless houses, apartments, and establishments in Healdsburg, Lucas had developed a skill of reading and interpreting the rooms left behind, like those master detectives in TV shows who could solve any crime placed in front of them just by taking everything in. In this case, Lucas could see what had happened to Antonio Polcari as clear as day, like he was Sherlock Holmes himself standing there. Everything started at around 1:30 p.m. on a Thursday, 3 years ago. Antonio would most likely have heard screams and possibly cars crashing at 1:30, or maybe a minute after. He was probably just finishing up restocking the aisles of the store he was so proud of. He would have gone outside, or maybe just looked through the windows and quickly concluded that it was best to lock the door. After staring at the highly abnormal events taking place on Lewis Road, he probably ran up, startled, to his apartment, opened his laptop, and went to his go-to website for news updates. Sometime before the internet was history, which happened around 1:41 p.m., Antonio realized that he was in deep trouble, and probably more trouble than his fiberglass door and barred windows were able to handle. Still, Lucas believed that Mr. Polcari tried to stay alive for some time after 1:41 p.m. that Thursday. It's hard to say exactly how long he lasted, but at some point, while looking down at the streets from his apartment, Antonio probably saw one of them. At first, the screaming and car crashes, and people in panic, wouldn't really make any sense before you could really see one of the reasons behind all the screams with your own eyes. In a heightened state of panic and intense fear, Antonio decided to end it before they were able to. The choice of paraffin was indeed brutal, but Lucas had seen worse. And he probably intended to take the building with him, something he clearly didn't succeed in. Antonio's tragic ending saddened Lucas. It wasn't something he was completely immune to, even after seeing countless similar last chapter scenes as Mr. Polcari's. He put the 2 full cans into the remaining space in his backpack. The rest of the cans on Polcari's office floor would probably last until December or January. A good find indeed. There was still enough daylight to go to the next location Lucas had in mind, Midtown Comics. It was fairly close by, probably just 15 minutes away on his bike. Midtown Comics was Lucas's favorite comic book store from before everything went down, and one of their most prized items was a Starman The Mist Special Edition, the last item on today's to-do list. Midtown Comics was close, yes, but also closer to a much more dangerous part of Healdsburg. He hadn't encountered any of them for over a year now, and he didn't plan to do so today either. Last time was close. Way too close. As he approached the comic store, Lucas made sure to be as silent as possible and to proceed towards the iconic store from an angle where he could see most of its surroundings. It did seem safe. The comic store was not in the same condition as Polcari's. Even though comics, games, and Pokemon cards weren't the first things you needed after hell broke loose, it looked like the place was stormed and looted like every other building in town. With absolutely zero lockpicking skills needed this time, Lucas entered through one of the several shattered windows. Once inside, he navigated towards the centered island of a counter on the first floor of Midtown Comics. The middle part of the island had a tall glass display case with the more valuable items and playing cards inside. From how the cards were arranged, Lucas could see that one was clearly more valuable than the others. PSA 10 Red Cheek Pikachu, the somewhat childish card said. Lucas never collected Pokemon cards, but he'd seen this one in a YouTube video way back. He thought, why not, and tucked the card inside one of his pockets, while his eyes scanned the rest of the display, looking for a turquoise comic with the white letters that spelled out The Mist. And there it was. It wasn't placed in a position that indicated it was the most valuable of the chosen comics for the counter display. Some X-Men and Flash comics were towering at the top, clearly exhibiting their place in the hierarchy above Starman. But Lucas didn't really care for X-Men and Flash. Plus, the toned-down placement of the Mist made it easier for him to get it down from the display. He would have needed a ladder to access X-Men #1 at the top. The Mist looked as good as he imagined it to be. He'd only seen it pictured in other magazines and never in real life until now. Or he might have, on his weekly visits to Midtown before, but at the time he wasn't really the Starman fanboy he was now. The last 5% of his backpack was taken up by the comic enclosed in a UV plastic sleeve. That was 3 things off his to-do list, and Lucas knew he would be able to enjoy the recently accumulated comic this evening, with fuel for his oil lamp, accompanied by his favorite chocolate. As Lucas stepped on his bike, ready to go back home to safety, he heard the sound his ears and mind were always on the alert for, a noise coming from one of them, a gargle so recognizable Lucas could pick it up from a long distance, so hideous that he could understand why Antonio Polcari did what he did. But this wasn't from a distance. It was so close that Lucas knew he couldn't even turn around to orient himself. The only thing he should and could do to possibly survive was to pedal for his life. The first 2 steps on the pedals were so forceful they pulled the bike chain off the gears, like the bike was gasping for air after the shock of being woken up. If the chain wouldn't jump back onto the gears, Lucas would be forced to face the thing behind him, something he wasn't prepared for. He stepped once more on the right pedal and could feel the chain landing back into where they belonged, and he could swear the bike took off in the same tempo as his 250 dirt bike would do. He could hear the noises of it behind him, the gargle in the footsteps. Lucas navigated the streets in a violent manner to be as unpredictable as he could, everything to get away from what was chasing him. He knew he and his bike were fast enough as long as he did everything right. As the buildings got lower and smaller, and he was getting close to the outskirts of Healdsburg, he dared to look back at the thing hunting him. Lucas had gained a 200-yard distance from it, and he realized the immediate danger was over. It couldn't catch up with him at this point, and the only thing Lucas had to make sure of now was that no one would follow him back home to Castle Jack. Drenched in sweat, and still breathing like he had a near-death asthma attack, Lucas parked his bike in the shed. He was never really much into adrenaline rushes before, and now he hated them. They were synonymous with danger, and nothing of a reminder that his existence only consisted of small breaks with comics and Reese's Pieces before it was back to pure, simple survival again. Once again, it was too close, and he didn't like it. It took some time to calm down from the events in Healdsburg. The newly acquired comic book did indeed help, and the magnificent combination of chocolate and peanut butter contributed to something that felt like a normal resting heart rate. Tomorrow would be a resting day. Maybe, if he felt like it, he'd try to catch a California golden trout in the river. They would go well with some canned green beans and some sweet corn. The remaining supplies at Polcari's could wait. He had locked the door behind him, and he was the only person with a covert tubular lockpick in the area. That he was sure about. He was starting to feel drowsy. Lucas blew out the flame from the oil lamp and zipped up his sleeping bag. Then he heard something. Not the sound that they made, but it was the second sound he didn't want to hear today. It was the jingle bell ornaments above the door, leading into his safe place, in a vulnerable state, tucked inside a sleeping bag, in a dark room. It couldn't be another human, and it couldn't be an animal. Or it could, but Lucas wouldn't bet his life on it. The only explanation was that the creature chasing him earlier that day had been able to follow him all the way back to Castle Jack. Lucas was confident he was able to lose it by using the route he always did, but he was as confident now that it was about to enter his treetop house, and he was even more confident he wouldn't be able to win against the creature while lying in bed inside a sleeping bag. It was about half a year ago Lucas came up with the idea of a fourth way of exiting his elevated shelter. Close encounters inside the city had taught him that escapes came in handy when dealing with things that spent all their time and energy on trying to kill and devour anything in front of them. He knew it wasn't many seconds before it was able to get close enough to attack. Panicked, he was able to free one arm from his tightly zipped sleeping bag and pull a lever right next to his bed. The wooden bottom of his bed split open as Lucas pulled the homemade lever all the way towards him. What followed next was about 30 feet of free fall. Going down vertically with his back first wasn't Lucas's favorite way of leaving his bed, but at least he knew he could trust the pile of old mattresses strategically placed under the house to catch him. He was almost able to peel off the sleeping bag in the air as he bounced off the mattresses, and not more than 5 seconds after he pulled the lever with his bed, he was on his feet walking towards the stairs leading up to his house. Lucas was calmer now, and he knew he had to keep collected to be able to pull off what he intended. But as he walked up the stairs, he could feel the rage entering his body. The rage of being taken by surprise in the only place he should be able to feel completely safe. The rage of being attacked when he was at his most vulnerable. He needed the calmness, but he also needed the rage. Another lever was on the right side of the stairs leading up to the treetop house, As he turned it, a set of large industrial lamps brightened up the whole house. It was almost even more light than the sun could produce at its peak. Lucas had been able to collect a large number of car batteries to power the lights and some other things that drew electricity when he needed it. But they were difficult to charge, so he only used them on rare occasions, and this was a special occasion indeed. Lucas had also placed various weapons hidden around his property, and as he stepped off the last part of the stairs, he was holding on to a K-25 Great Hunter machete. He could hear the sound coming from the creature again. It sounded just like the one Lucas had encountered earlier today, and it filled him up with the last bits of rage he needed to feel like he was invincible. Inside the house, the creature stood in the middle of the room, equally stunned as it was aggressive. Stunned by the massive flood of lights and the fact that its prey had magically disappeared in front of it and reappeared behind it. Aggressive for the same reasons. Lucas swung his heavy machete, led by all the anger and hatred he had towards the creature standing in front of him. This was his second time in close combat with one of them. The first time wasn't easy, and Lucas almost came out of it as the losing party. But this time, the perfect angled machete combined with the adrenaline pumping through Lucas's body made it look like a samurai demonstrating a freshly sharpened katana sword going through a line of rolled-up tatami mats. One slice, and it was over. The body of the creature fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Its head flew through the air and disappeared down the bed hatch that Lucas escaped through roughly 30 seconds ago. Lucas 1, ugly creature making hideous noises, 0. The adrenaline escaped Lucas's body as fast as it had entered him, and Lucas collapsed on the floor of his treetop house. He needed to sleep. Now. The next day was spent cleaning up and resetting everything from what had occurred the night before. Lucas also took his bike and trailer back to Pocari's to collect as many supplies as possible. He originally intended to wait, but the attack last night had woken up the prepper inside him. He filled up the trailer and backpack with as much food and paraffin as he could. On his way home, he also stopped by Midtown Comics again. He needed a new comic book series to collect. He thought he'd seen a full collection of Black Jack, a Japanese manga from the 70s and 80s, behind the counter. He had read a couple of them way back, and he knew it was something he could get into. Killing one of them equaled at least 10 items off his to-do list, which meant binge-reading comics and 2 or 3 too many Reese's whilst doing so. Lucas finally felt safe again, and it was time for some much-needed time off.
Timothy sat down on the stone-cobbled ground, his knees grazing sharply against the uneven edges in his already tattered cargo pants. The rusted compass was clutched tightly in his palm, the needle spinning wildly as if the world around him had lost its bearings. He could not blame the needle. The world indeed had gone off its hinges since their arrival. The sea breeze roaring past him from the vast expanse of nothing but dark ocean that spread before him brought along the sickly smell of salt and decay. The sky was streaked purple in the dying sunlight, taking away all hope from Timothy's heart of finding any shelter tonight. That was all his life had been about for the past 365 days. It had been 1 year since, like everyone else in the world, he had been forced to leave his home, to run away from the dark creatures which had suddenly swept around every city like wildfire, killing everyone in their sight. The local news had called them the Hunters, back then, when television was still operational, and every army of the world had busied themselves in fighting them. But they were undefeatable. They had not just appeared out of nowhere, but were the remnants of a failed experiment, which had been done to design unapologetically emotionless creatures to replace foot soldiers. Instead, they had turned against their creators, the scientists behind the project being the first ones to die. No one knew how they had multiplied themselves to turn into an entire army, and why did they eat humans, or even killed them. But it was all before the world to see. We knew we were doomed. The war had gone on for exactly 3 months before every soldier had died, driving the hunters to seek out innocent civilians. And that was when he had started to run. They had broken into houses and killed everyone in sight, until the only people left were the ones fleeing and hiding. Timothy was one of them. He had no one in the world except for his girlfriend Tracy, and only 2 months ago, he had watched her die at the hands of the hunters when their shelter inside an abandoned cave in the forest had been discovered. The creatures cloaked in darkness were faceless with large nails, their eyes bloodied red. He could not even find the time to mourn because he needed to run, leaving behind the only woman he had ever loved to become their meal. The world had ended for him that day, leaving nothing but instincts of cold-hearted survival. Seeing the ocean before him, he felt as if he had reached the end of Earth. He had nowhere to go after this, no way forward, and going backwards would only meant scraping for food and shelter, with a constant fear of being discovered. Timothy did not know what happened, but suddenly, tears began to fall down his face, floodgates breaking loose. It might have been the scent of salt air triggering memories of Tracy, and how much the two of them enjoyed early morning strolls on the sandy beach, or just pure exhaustion. He did not remember the last time he had eaten peacefully or slept soundlessly. Food was whatever morsels he could grab in the middle of running and hiding, and sleeping was almost always fidgety. He wiped the wetness from his cheeks, sitting down comfortably when his gaze landed on an alcove by a large rock just before the ocean. Despite the fatigue in his muscles, Timothy stood up and walked towards the opening, finding a boat stoked away in the darkness. He scoured the ocean, his eyes well adjusted to the darkness of the night when he noticed something in the distance, a distant light shining. He quickly fetched his binoculars from the large backpack he always carried and almost squealed with joy as he realized that what it appeared to be was a lighthouse on a not-so-distant island, an abandoned lighthouse. Without wasting another second, Timothy pulled out the boat using the renewed strength of his body carrying it until he was knee-deep in the water. Once he knew the boat might be able to hold its own, he let it go, quickly jumping inside it and taking control of the 2 oars. It was an old-fashioned, simple thing, carved roughly out of wood by hand, but Timothy did not care as long as it did the job. The lack of a full moon meant the waves were steady as they carried him towards the lighthouse, each mile crossed making his spirits grow higher. Now all he hoped was for the lighthouse to be empty. Just a few more minutes of oaring took him to his destination, the island around the lighthouse appearing completely deserted. Timothy was careful about not making a single sound and quietly brought the boat on dry ground, finding a similar alcove just by the back of the lighthouse as he had found on the beach. He stoked the boat once again, hiding it from any potential dangers of ruin, and surveyed his surroundings. From the looks of it, it seemed as if the lighthouse would definitely be empty. The path to the lighthouse was slick with rain and moss, making it impossible for Timothy to walk along the wet stones in his heavy boots. Despite that, he pressed on, driven by determination. He took a deep breath and pushed open the rustic gate, the black paint worn off in the face of constant salt air. The place was definitely in a much worse condition than it had looked from afar, the exterior walls streaked with grime. As he entered inside, he thought of calling out to ask if someone was there, but quickly decided against it. Instead, he fetched the revolver he always carried from his jacket pocket and his reliable torch from the other side to avoid any potential danger. With his torch in his mouth, Timothy looked around and released a deep sigh of relief. He finally realized that no one was there. The lighthouse was completely his for the taking, and he could easily use it as his hiding place. It would make things rather impossible in terms of finding food and water, but he would need to manage it one way or the other. But those were the things he could worry about later. Right now, this might be the first time in months when he would be sleeping peacefully for hours, gaining some much-needed rest to rejuvenate. Besides, his backpack contained enough food and water to last him for a week, at least, if he rationed it responsibly. He took off the heavy load of his backpack and placed it on the ground, realizing how the air was thick with dust and the faint scent of mildew. The floor was littered with sea sand and debris. Timothy's eyes fell on the lone fireplace. To his surprise, the top of the stone structure stocked with a large supply of wood. He walked closer, realizing that some of the wood was wet, but he carefully used his torch to find logs which were still dry. Once he had enough wood, he threw it all in the fireplace and lit it up using the matchbox he found on the hearth. It was evident that someone had lived here until recently, perhaps up until a few months ago. But where were they now? Could something have happened to them? As the fire crackled, illuminating the place in its warm glow, Timothy forgot all about his worries. He felt happier than he had felt in days, finally warm and safe. Cleaning up the floor before the fire, he spread out his sleeping bag and other supplies, leaving them there while he stood up to continue his exploration. He was not dumb enough to go to sleep without checking the entirety of the premises, hashing out anything that would go unnoticed. This past year had taught him to always keep his eyes open and always be ready to attack. He took his revolver and his torch, ascending the narrow spiral staircase of the lighthouse, which led to a much smaller room with controls spread all around it. The lighthouse control room. He looked around, noticing how everything was still in working condition. It took him a few minutes to understand the controls, all of it being extremely basic for someone like him, who had been a well-paid and fancy software engineer in a multi-million-dollar firm when things had still been normal. He found the switch which illuminated the main light at the top of the lighthouse, the very light which had shown him the existence of this building in the first place, and quickly turned it off. If the light had guided him here, it could very well guide some other lonely wandered here as well. Or it might bring the hunters in search of food. He could not risk any of it. Relief flooded him as soon as the lights turned out, their warm glow on the surface of the dark sea disappearing entirely. He backed away from the controls, realizing that just by the side table, there was something else too. A journal. He picked it up hesitantly, noticing the yellowed pages which seemed brittle in his hands. The vintage-looking diary was lying beside a dead lantern, the lamp needing oil, which would definitely not be available in this place. His fingers trembled lightly as he opened the journal, the first page marked with nothing but a name spelled out in bold letters, the handwriting rather small, but extremely neat. Elias, the lighthouse keeper. Timothy's eyes widened as he realized who the journal belonged to, making him wonder if he would be able to find anything useful in here. He was still curious about where the lighthouse keeper had disappeared suddenly, and if the hunters had been able to reach him here, and this journal might answer all of Timothy's questions, saving him from any potential threats. He opened the first page in his torchlight, quickly reading the heading above. Day 1. Timothy did not know what it was about the nature of these diary entries, but shivers ran down his spine. Perhaps it was the knowledge that the man who had written this might very well be dead, but in the world they were living in, Almost everyone had met with this fate after all. Timothy was one of the few lucky ones who had managed to survive up until now, or perhaps he was more unlucky than the rest. Dying was so much easier than surviving in this jungle, and no one knew that better than him. Despite that, he braved it all and continued reading. Day 1. We don't know what is happening. It has been 1 whole month since the radio has been telling us about something called the hunters invading the whole world and the war that has been going on. But now even the radio is silent. We have no source for news. My son, Anthony, has gone to the city today and has taken the only boat we have with him. Until he returns, I am abandoned in the lighthouse, but I am sure he will come back with word. Oh God. Timothy's eyes widened at the mention of Anthony leaving the lighthouse to return to the city, taking the only boat with him. It meant that the boat Timothy had found might have never been taken back to the lighthouse, because the chances of Anthony returning alive were slim to none. This meant Elias had been left here, all alone. But where did he go then? Why was he not here anymore? Before Timothy could go on reading further, a faint tapping, like fingers drumming on glass, reached him, quickly alerting him to danger. He closed the journal in his hands, freezing in place, while his heart pounded in his chest. The sound came again, growing louder with every second. Timothy looked up, immediately realizing that it was coming from the top of the lighthouse. He noticed the spiral staircase curving upwards and walked noiselessly upstairs, each step heavier than the last. He did not know why he was so scared, because if it was the hunters, he would not even be alive right now. That only meant that whoever was upstairs might not be as dangerous as he was thinking it out to be. He took one final step and reached the top, his gaze landing on a large bird, its wings trapped in the broken glass of the light room. Timothy hesitated, noticing the innocence on the bird's face as it stared at him, its round eyes appearing intelligent. He had zero knowledge of birds and could never have guessed what bird it was, but he was sure he had never seen such a flying creature before. Perhaps it was one of the exotics, migrating to great distances in order to find safety. Timothy stepped forward, carefully freeing the bird's wings, who stared at him for a few more seconds before quickly flying away into the night. He was about to turn around when he noticed a word on the broken window, displayed vividly in the darkness. Beware. Timothy blinked quickly, unsure of what it meant, but without wasting any time, simply stepped down and reached straight downstairs. The loudly crackling fire made him feel warm again, and he sat down on his sleeping bag, throwing open the journal once again. Everything about the lighthouse felt like a mystery to him, especially the disappearance of Elias. He knew it was possible that the old lighthouse keeper might have committed suicide by jumping into the sea after being all alone for months on end. But something in Timothy's heart told him otherwise. Day 5. It has been 5 days since Anthony left. I try to make the radio work every day, but it seems as if every station is dead. No one answers my calls either. I feel alone here. I don't know what to do. Day 23. A ship came today. As I crept closer, I realized there was no captain steering it, but it was only moving along the waves. I climbed aboard and noticed everyone was dead. Their bodies had been torn apart, bloodied limbs everywhere. I do not know what is happening, but I am sure it is the hunters. I fear this is the end. Day 59. I do not think Anthony is alive anymore. Day 82. Almost 3 months have gone by. How long will the food in the cellar last? 1 year? 2 years? How long before they find and kill me as well? How long before I survive this isolation? Timothy's eyes widened as he read the words again. Food in the cellar. It meant that the lighthouse had a cellar with a food supply. If Elias had thought the supply would last 2 years, it meant that some of it might still very well be present. Timothy grabbed his torch once again and ran towards the staircase, noticing that a small trap door on the ground was hidden in the darkness. He opened the trap door and shone light inside, finding a tiny staircase. He carefully treaded downstairs, his eyes widening, when he found the cellar still half filled with food, everything packed in tins. He could not believe his luck. The lighthouse stood under his feet, like a sentinel, its presence unwaveringly concrete. It was a reminder that even in such dark times, there were places one could anchor themselves. He had found his place, and he was not going to let it go. Only a few hours ago, he had been worrying about food, and now the solution was right in front his eyes. Enough food supply to last him 1 whole year, or perhaps even more. He pinched himself, wondering if he had been caught up in a dream, but realized that all of this was real. It seemed as if God had suddenly decided to help him, rewarding him for all the hardships he had to bear in the past few months. He quickly thanked God and came back upstairs, picking up the journal once again. He knew this was going to be his survival guide. He kept on reading. Day 105. I saw lights on the horizon last night. I thought it was yet another empty ship, but when I went to the window, it was just the city burning. It feels as if hell has broken loose. What am I going to do when they come to find me? Day 127. A bird was caught up in the window of the light room today. I had never seen such a bird before. In these strange times, we don't know what we might see. I helped the bird escape, but to my surprise, the window had the words "Beware" written on it. What could that mean? Timothy was shocked. Could all of this just be a coincidence? He had encountered a similar bird and seen the same words written before him. What if this was a sign of danger? He shook his head, forcing all of these thoughts to leave his mind as quickly as possible. He could not let useless overthinking cloud his rational judgment because up until now, he had only survived on pure instinct. Despite finding safety and shelter, he was not going to let go of his flight and fight responses. He only had himself. Day 128. They have found me. I am looking out of the window right now, and they can walk on water. I am watching my death walk towards me, the bird I had helped yesterday flying over their heads. If I had known the bird belonged to them, I would have killed it. I know I cannot fight them, but if you end up reading my diary, beware. Goodbye. Fear ran all over his body as Timothy realized what he had done. He hastily turned the pages in the diary, finding the rest of it empty. He knew Elias had been killed, his body eaten by the hunters. They were growing desperate for food with everyone dying, and Timothy had no doubts that they would come looking for him. He could escape, but where would he go? They were in the city. They were going to find him in the lighthouse. The only option he had was to fight. That was the only thing he could do now. At least Elias's diary had given him time to prepare. He loaded his revolver with bullets and carried everything he owned down to the cellar. The hunters had no ears, so the only way they felt human presence was through their eyes and sense of smell. He had survived for so long and had finally found a place to live. He was not going to let it go so easily. He looked out the window and noticed the first streak of sunlight appear in the sky. With a deep breath, he went to the top room, his binoculars in his hands, and stared out toward the shore. Just as he had expected, they appeared, crossing the ocean one step at a time. Timothy smiled, opening a new page in Elias's diary before him. He quickly scribbled. Day 1. I am sorry I released the bird, Elias, and I can see them coming. But this time, it is not going to be me. It is going to be them. This is Timothy, the lighthouse keeper. As he watched the hunters approach, he felt strangely calm. He was on high ground and had good shot, and if only he aimed his shots right, he could do more damage to them than they could do to him. After all, they were just flesh and bones too. He had spent 1 year running, but now he finally had something to fight for. The lighthouse was his, and he was going to defend it, not just for himself, but for the memory of Tracy, Elias, Anthony, and anyone who might find their way here. The sun provided no warmth. It was nothing but a sickly orb in the ashen sky spreading above Marcus's head, casting long shadows over the ruins of what had once been a well-developed, thriving city. Now, it was nothing but fallen rubble. Marcus moved silently through the debris by his feet, his machete gripped tightly in one hand, while his trusted backpack slung over his shoulder on the other end. He was exhausted beyond repair. The air was heavy and thick, with the stench of decay, which was a constant reminder of the world he now lived in. The world which had taken away his happy life, his home, his everything, and thrown him in the middle of the undead, every day a battle of brutal survival. He had been on the move for weeks, scavenging for food, water, and shelter. The zombies were everywhere, their deafeningly guttural groans echoing through the empty streets. But until now, Marcus had been a survivor. He had taught himself to move quickly, strike decisively, and never ever look back. He hadn't looked back when his mother had been taken away by the zombies, and when his younger brother had disappeared from right before his eyes. He knew he couldn't stop to look back over every tragedy around him, or else he would be gone just as quickly, just as mercilessly. He needed to keep running and fighting. But today, something felt different. He breathed deeply into the decay, rounding the corner of a collapsed office building, when his gaze landed on a heavily rusted metal door, which remained half buried in the rubble. Right above the door, in bold red color, which was now barely legible, were the words, Facility 7, Authorized Personnel Only. Marcus hesitated momentarily, unsure of what to do. As the city around him had grown in the past few years, these facilities had grown in number, with the additional amount of scientific experiments and technological advancements which were going on all around them. No one had batted an eye, because everyone had been certain that the places were just occupied by genius scientists who were working on yet another formula to make the world a better place to live in. These were the very people who had found a cure to cancer, had developed flying cars, had found ancient dinosaur DNA to treat all kinds of skin diseases and whatnot. They were the ones who had taken the world into the future, and everyone was baffled by the rapid advancements around them. But now, all of it was gone. From experience in these past few months, as the zombie apocalypse had unfolded around them, Marcus already knew that these bunkers were whether a death trap or a gold mine. He could find almost anything and everything down there, and he would be stepping inside blindly. For all he knew, it could already be occupied by the undead, or perhaps filled with a supply of advanced weapons, which would make his survival easier. He stood there, wondering what his next step should be, when the sun began to disappear from above him, nightfall approaching. The groans of the undead from behind him grew louder, and it almost felt like he didn't have a choice. He had no strength to keep running and needed shelter for the night, even if such a shelter was a huge risk. Marcus shook his head, taking bold yet noiseless steps towards the metal door. He tried to pull the door open with his bare hands, but the rust had settled deeply into the hinges, making it almost impossible. He fetched a flashlight from his backpack and held it carefully in his other hand, while trying to pry the door open with his machete. After applying immense force, the door finally gave way, and Marcus stood there in the dark open doorway, trying to listen inside. It sounded entirely empty, completely devoid of groans or deep sighing. He flashed his light inside, finding the place deserted, and quickly slipped inside, sealing the door shut behind him. He could not risk the undead venturing here to find him. He sighed in relief, looking around his new hiding place, which was thrown into complete darkness, save the only light which was flickering from a fluorescent bulb hanging on the ceiling towards one end. The air was stale, tinged with the metallic scent of rust and something else, something chemical. A wave of nostalgia hit him as he remembered his chemistry lab back at high school, which usually smelled exactly like this after an experiment. But what could this mean? Marcus wondered. He turned on his flashlight and swept the beam across the room, noticing how the walls were lined with shelves filled with dusty cans of food, various medical supplies, and ammunition. His eyes brightened at the discovery, realizing that he had done the right thing by coming inside. He could collect a lot of things from here to last him for the next few days, and he definitely needed the ammunition. He continued looking around, still careful and on guard. He knew that he needed to always be alert in times like these, the undead all around them. As he walked further, he noticed that a table in the center of the room was cluttered with maps, some kind of blueprints, handwritten notes, a traveling laptop, and several files. Everything was scattered as if the lab had been left in quite a hurry, not giving people the time to gather everything they might need. Right across from the table was a heavy steel door at the far end of the room, emblazoned with a biohazard symbol. A faded sign above the door read, "Warning, restricted access, containment zone." Despite the clear warning signs, he cautiously approached the door, his flashlight revealing a keypad by the side of it. Despite the awful conditions of the world around them, the door still appeared pristine, signifying its strong and very effective build. Marcus knew he might never be able to pry it open, and from the looks of it, the keypad still seemed to be functional. But where was he going to find the PIN code? He continued to stare at him, wondering if he should even try, despite his instincts screaming at him not to. He knew he should turn back rather than risking his life, but curiosity got the better of him. Trying to find out more, he rummaged through the notes on the table, finding a pamphlet with the picture of the once well-established facility center from the outside, and a list of doctors on the front page with their pictures. The largest image was of Dr. Evelyn Carter, who appeared to be a middle-aged, attractive blonde, smiling straight at Marcus from the paper. He looked at her curiously, turning the page where he saw 4 numbers scribbled down hastily. He rushed back to the keypad and realized the tiny screen had 4 blanks, which meant that this could be the PIN for this containment zone. But he was still not sure about opening it. What if he found something terrible inside? Backing away from the door in confusion, his left foot landed on a piece of paper, and he quickly picked it up, shining his flashlight on the page. Fear gripped him as he began to read, his gaze falling first on the sign below, which displayed Doctor Evelyn Carter boldly, her handwriting clearly a typical doctorly scrawl. Marcus continued reading from the beginning. "I am writing this because I know death is coming for me." The outbreak began a few months ago, the virus spreading faster than we could have ever been anticipated. Facility 7 was immediately sealed, but I always knew it was going to reach us sooner or later. No one is inside the lab instead of me, Doctor. Tyson, Dr. Lara, and Dr. Kane and I can see the fear in their eyes. I cannot imagine the fear on the faces of the people out there, facing this tragedy every single day. The test subjects in the lab are beginning to show signs of mutation, and I can see the virus is rewriting their DNA. They are slowly turning into something inhuman, and we are losing control. Laura tried to kill them all the other day, but that did not go as planned either. We asked the military for help, but they have abandoned us, leaving us on own. The virus should have never happened. It was never meant to be a weapon, but it was meant for the betterment of humanity. And yet, something went terribly wrong. I wish I could turn back time. I wish I could erase it all. I would. But if there is still someone who can make things better, it is Dr. Bristol. If he is still alive, and Facility 19 in the other side of the country is still safe, only he can help us. Goodbye. His heart raced as he read and then reread the letter, realizing he had been right. This was not just a bunker, but a lab instead, and something absolutely terrifying had once been kept behind that steel door, which was now before him. From what he could understand, the zombies had not just broken out of nowhere, but had been the result of a virus gone wrong. But what were these test subjects? Could Dr. Evelyn and her team have been experimenting on zombies to find a cure, and even that had gone wrong? Marcus was stunned, unsure of how to take this all. He shook his head, turning his attention back towards the keypad before him. With trembling hands, he typed in the combination written on the pamphlet, the click of the lock opening, causing goosebumps all over his skin. His whole body shivered as he finally pushed the door open, the soft hissing sound alerting him even further. A nauseating mix of rot and chemicals immediately hit his nostrils, even before he had fully stepped inside. Carefully walking into the darkness, which could very well be his death, he shined his flashlight, revealing rows of glass containment cells, most of them shattered. He immediately knew that these must be the very cells where the doctors of this laboratory had kept the subjects for their experimentation. The entire floor was littered with broken glass and dried blood, making Marcus wonder who the blood belonged to. He could see it all unfold before his very eyes, how the mutated zombies, which had turned into something even more sinister, must have broken through these containment cells to kill or perhaps infect the doctors. Chills ran down his spine at the very thought. He was just about to turn around when he saw it. Marcus's breath caught up sharply in his throat as he looked ahead to the far end of the room, where a figure stood motionless, its back to Marcus. Marcus wondered if the figure had noticed his presence, or if he still had the time to turn around and escape before the figure even turned. His clothes were 2 sizes too small, almost entirely torn apart, and from what Marcus could see, his skin had turned a poisonous green color. Marcus took 1 step back, inching slowly towards the door, but he was gravely mistaken. The figure turned, his harrowing appearance enough to make Marcus wild with terror. What was he going to do? The man, or thing, whatever it was, had a humanoid appearance to it, but was majorly twisted, its green skin pale, mottled, and wrinkly. The limbs were artificially elongated, making the creature look even scarier. Marcus froze, his grip tightening on his machete while he kept his eyes open, afraid to even blink. He had fought way too many undead to know that anticipating their next move was entirely impossible, and this creature before him was something even worse than the zombies Marcus was familiar with. He had been mutated to become even stronger. Before Marcus could do anything else, The creature's eyes finally opened, glowing red into the darkness. Marcus could see he was looking at him, a sinister smile on its shapeless lips. Marcus stood frozen in terror as that thing let out a guttural roar, charging towards Marcus at a speed which was terrifyingly swift. Marcus turned sideways as the creature crashed into the metal door, which was just behind Marcus, sealing it close once again. Oh shit. Marcus knew he was trapped. He could not get out of there until he somehow managed to kill this thing. Despite the terrifying thing he was facing, a part of him felt confident to defeat it. He had been in this game for far too long now, and he was not going to give up without a fair fight. He was young, strong, and his machete had helped him kill more zombies than he could potentially even believe, imagine, or count. Without wasting a single second, the creature turned and lunged towards him once again, his movements rather agile for someone with deformed and elongated limbs. Marcus could already see that he was definitely far different from the undead out there, his chemical makeup making him far stronger. The undead were neither this fast nor this agile, but this creature right here possessed every single one of the qualities which was giving him an edge over Marcus. Marcus ducked quickly, the creature's long claws slashing through the air where his head been only moments ago. That was close. Marcus got up and swung his machete, the blade biting into the creature's arm. It howled in pain, but did not stop, its movements growing rather unpredictable and wildly erratic. The cut on his arm seemed to not even matter anymore, as he made his way towards Marcus once again, raising his arms hastily to somehow plunge his claws into Marcus's skin. The fight was beginning to turn into a blur of adrenaline-filled motion, making Marcus feel sick and fuzzy. The smell of the chemicals he was being forced to inhale were giving him a headache, but at least he was not injured yet. As the creature tried to hurt him once again, Marcus dodged and struck, his machete brilliantly cutting through flesh and bone. Despite that, the creature was relentless, its strength far beyond than what Marcus could have ever imagined. It was definitely nothing like the undead Marcus was used to fighting. As the creature jumped towards him once again, Marcus jumped too with a desperate cry, knowing this was going to be a make-or-break moment. He plunged his machete into the creature's skull with one final ear-piercing shriek before collapsing straight to the ground, twitching, and then falling still in the midst of the broken glass and blood, which was spread onto the floor underneath them. Marcus stood there in shock, unable to believe he had just managed that. He staggered back, his breathing heavy, while he looked at the creature laying lifeless on the ground. Despite the stress, Marcus's mind kept racing, constantly wondering about what could this creature be. It was definitely so much more than just a zombie, something absolutely worse. And it had been created here, in this lab. Marcus was stunned at the whole thing, unsure of what to do next. The glass containments in the lab told him that at least 20 such creatures had been kept here, and they had all escaped, which meant that they were out in the world, and they might be multiplying right now, creating a much stronger army than just the undead. He needed to do something, but what could he do? No one out there was strong enough to defeat a whole army of these impossibly strong mutated zombies. Finally catching his breath, he ran out of the heavy metal door and closed it shut behind him. He did not know what else the creature was capable of and what was going to happen to its body now that it was dead, and he definitely did not want to find out either. He fired up the laptop splayed haphazardly on the table before him, the screen coming to life before his eyes. The display was cracked, but somehow still functional. Marcus approached it cautiously, his fingers hovering over the keyboard, as he tried to make sense of the files displayed before him. He opened the first document, his eyes widening as he read the contents on the page. It was a clear makeup of the initial virus that had created the zombies, bringing all of his suspicions to life. The virus was not just an accident. It had been engineered, tested, and released intentionally. But it had definitely been administered to make a superhuman breed of species. But it had instead attacked the brain and turned them into the undead. Oh God. He explored further, reading the next documents, which contained pictures of the undead in the containment chambers, where the doctors in Facility 7 must have tried to find a cure. Every single step of the experiment was labeled, up until the creatures had begun to look like the creature he had just fought and killed. All of this had been done by humans, inside the very lab he was standing in right now. Marcus wanted to punch the wall in anger, realizing how the very technological advancements and scientific discoveries they had supported were the reason behind the end of their world. Everything had been done by humans, and he could no longer do anything about it. Unless he found someone who could look for a cure. He had to try to find Dr. Bristol. That was their only chance to save the world. He quickly gathered everything that looked important, along with the laptop, and carefully placed it inside his backpack. He then took the cans of food, medical supplies, and ammunition to keep with him, because he would need all the supplies he could get in this journey. He had to travel too far to find Dr. Bristol, and he didn't even know if the man was still alive. The journey was going to be long and perilous, but Marcus had to try. A loud banging on the door of the bunker pushed him out of his thoughts, reminding him that the world out there was still filled with zombies, and he had to be ready. Their guttural groans were enough to tell him that it was time to escape before they tore apart the door and entered inside. Marcus shut his backpack, kept his torch in his jacket, and held the machete in his palm, like the lethal weapon it had proved to be for so long. He needed to get out of here, and he needed to do it fast. The world was definitely broken, but it was still not broken beyond repair, and Marcus was determined to fix it as much as he could. He stayed in the shadows, waiting for the undead to walk inside the darkness, and only a few seconds later they tore open the door and jumped inside one after the other. With the skill and practice of a seasoned fighter, Marcus swung his machete, hearing flesh being torn apart, and ran outside as quickly as possible. He shut the door after him and ran into the darkness, knowing that he had survived. The bunker faded in the darkness behind him as he kept running, with only one motive in mind. He was going to reverse this experiment. He was going to find a way to make things better. He couldn't die without a fight. Kathy was stunned. It was not as if she had never seen a gigantic crater ever before, but it had only been in pictures. Although now that she stood right at the edge of a massive hole in the face of the earth, her eyes grew wide in shock. She tried to look beyond the darkness of the terrifying hole which opened into the earth beneath them, but the pale, lifeless sun above her head no longer gave away any light. The feeble light shining through the ashen sky did nothing to provide either light or warmth to the wasteland she was being forced to survive in. How long had it been? She had lost all track of time, unable to remember if she had been walking for weeks only, or if it had been months already. She walked a little further through the endless expanse of cracked earth, over jagged rocks, her boots crunching steadily against brittle ground. A lone tear escaped her eye while she sat down by the large crater, her body too exhausted to move any further. Now that so much time had passed, deserting almost all of the world entirely, she could not even remember what had actually happened. It had all started with a simple virus. Everyone had thought it was going to be a simple virus, like any other, and quarantine would fix everything. But people had dropped dead by the handful, making everyone unsure of what was wrong. She remembered it perfectly well because the government had put her in charge of the cure. As a scientist, Kathy had spent most of her life experimenting over viruses and drugs, and at 28, she was quite a well-known researcher already. But the situation had boggled her mind. The virus only kept multiplying, changing its shape within seconds. Kathy could not even understand its makeup, much less find a cure for it. And to make matters worse, people kept on dying. Everyone around her, everyone she loved and knew, began to die before her eyes until she had to seal herself inside her lab, simply trying to stay safe. But sooner or later, she had known she would need to get out. Only, she had not been ready to see the world suffering in this manner. The virus began to mutate, and people turned into an unnameable creature. That was when Kathy decided to run. Miraculously, the virus had disappeared now, only leaving strange creatures behind, which were on a mission to turn everyone like them. Everyone called them the undead. All Kathy knew was that she was trying to escape, but she just did not know how to. Her throat burned with thirst as she sat there, trying to remember the last time she had eaten. Everything around her was barren and lifeless, time losing all meaning in this desolate world. The wasteland spread out in every direction, a barren graveyard of what had once been a thriving civilization. For weeks now, her only companions had been the howling wind and the skeletal remains of trees all around her. She was simply glad of not having run into any undead in this part of the country, giving her some semblance of peace. Despite that, she had been unable to find shelter, and with no destination in mind, she simply did not know where to go. At times, she felt like a ghost who was wandering aimlessly through a world which had forgotten she even existed. That was when she saw it. As darkness grew around her, something in the distance glimmered sharply, like a flicker of light reflecting off something metallic. She squinted, sitting down on her knees while shielding her eyes from the biting wind. It was beginning to get colder, and she tightened her jacket around her body, wondering if she was hallucinating. She moved closer, and the flicker did not disappear, making her stand up. Carefully avoiding the depth of the crater stretching before her, she quickened her pace, her heart accelerating wildly. As she drew closer, her eyes found a rustic metallic board, which was half buried in the earth, the writing on it barely legible. It read, "The Alpha City. Jump to enter." Her breath caught in her throat as she realized what the crater was. She hesitated, remembering how, while she had been shut inside her lab, she had been hearing stories of people who were building underground bunkers to escape from the virus-infected world. The bunkers were as large as entire cities, built beneath the surface of the earth to escape the horrors which were above it. She had just never thought it was real, until today. The underground cities had been an excellent idea from what she had heard, but they came with their fair share of warnings. Many people had said that nothing good can ever survive underground, and all the governments who were spending large amounts of wealth and resources to build them were doing a stupid thing. But maybe, just maybe, Kathy would end up actually finding something underneath it. The sun had descended entirely, throwing the lone woman into deep darkness. As the temperature dropped even further, Kathy felt as if she did not have a lot of choice. She sighed deeply, moving even closer to the crater, which seemed like nothing but a bed of darkness and death. Despite that, she dangled her legs in the opening, trying to get a sense of how deep it might be. It was deeper than she could ever imagine. She sat there for several minutes, wondering if she was making the right decision. If this was nothing but a hoax, she would be falling down to her death, but it was a risk she was willing to take. Walking in this wasteland was exhausting her immeasurably, and with no food and water, she was bound to keep suffering. If she truly found the Alpha City underneath this, all her problems would come to an end. She knew she was ready. With a deep breath, she shut her mind entirely and jumped down into the darkness, a loud scream escaping her throat. She had only been falling for a few seconds before she landed on something soft and pillow-like, taking the brunt out of her fall. As she steadied herself, she fetched for her flashlight from the backpack, quickly shining the light all around her. She had landed straight onto a massive net, which must have been placed here for this exact purpose. Without wasting a single second, Kathy jumped down from the net, landing back on solid ground. As she flashed light on the cavernous walls around her, she could see pipes and wires, the clear indications of a proper city, and within seconds, she had walked inside a large gate, her eyes widening in shock and disbelief. It was indeed a city, or at least the remnants of a city that had once been. She looked up, staring at the dark sky above her as towering structures of steel and glass rose from the cavern floor, their surfaces appearing dulled and decayed due to neglect. She walked on the streets that stretched out before her, lined with vehicles that had clearly been abandoned and storefronts which had been left to crumble. The air was eerily silent, the only sound in the entire area being a faint hum of a machine which was echoing throughout the cavern-like place. With lights shining all around her, Kathy wondered if it was some kind of machinery which was somehow still powering the place. For her, it was not just a city, but a city frozen in time. Her footsteps echoed in the vast emptiness, making her feel as if she was the lone survivor in a world of nothing and no one. She had never felt so alone. Her blue eyes landed on a sight in front of her, which displayed "Welcome" written in bold. She walked closer to read further. Alpha City, the last refuge of humanity. But if this indeed was the last refuge of humanity, where was everyone? Why had this city been abandoned, just like the rest of the world as well? A part of Kathy knew that the reason behind such a thing was going to be something sinister, and she desperately wanted to find it out. But how? This fully fledged underground city, which was clearly built to withstand and escape from the apocalypse, was deserted before her eyes, and Kathy could tell something had gone wrong. She continued to explore, realizing that whatever had happened had forced people to leave this city rather hastily. Everything was perfectly intact, but still empty. She walked inside the door of a diner to her left, noticing how the food was still on the plates of the tables, even though some were shattered. Bags lay open and napkins remained thrown on the ground, as if all the people had somehow vanished in a heartbeat. Her heart pounded even faster, the more she walked around this empty space, causing fear to grow in her chest. Had she done the right thing by coming here? She was suddenly very unsure of all of it. School buildings had textbooks laid open, and hospital beds were neatly made with medical supplies still on the tables beside them. She entered each building, noticing how everything looked like a smaller, neater version of the large cities built upwards, and how strange it was for her to see all of it. She noticed a large roundabout, which was definitely the central plaza of the city, her gaze falling on the massive holographic display, which glitched and flickered weakly. She stood there, her brows furrowed as she tried to make sense of the image of a man in a lab coat, which kept appearing and disappearing. His face was gaunt with hollow eyes, and Kathy could see a similar tiredness in his manner, which was now in hers as well. His voice crackled with static as he spoke in a robotic manner, appearing unhappy and serious. If you are witnessing this right now, you must know that Alpha City has fallen. The virus we had tried to escape from on the surface of the Earth found its way into our sanctuary. Underneath the Earth, with higher temperatures and the powerful energy of the core, it spread even faster, and we failed to contain it. But rather than simply killing everyone, it turned everyone infected into something else. The holograph paused, disappearing momentarily, before reappearing. The man spoke again. We don't know what to call it. Kathy's eyes widened. She knew they must definitely be the undead. She sighed, continuing to listen. We sealed the city to prevent this infection from reaching back to the surface, but I believe it is too late. We believe that those creatures have reached to the surface as well, and this virus is no longer just a disease that kills, but instead a disease that devours. If you have accidentally come here, you must find the elevator at the end of the city and leave. Do not stay here. Do not search for survivors. There are none. There is nothing left here for you. Run. Run before it is too late. Her blood ran cold at the clear warning in the doctor's voice, and she knew he was right. It was much easier to escape the undead on the surface, since it was much bigger with more places to run to and hide. But underneath the earth in a small cavernous city, it would be impossible to defeat them. This was where they had been created, and must certainly be the strongest. It was imperative that she left at once. She quickened her footsteps, trying to reach the end of the city to find the elevator the doctor had mentioned, when a faint sound forced her to freeze in place, her heart pounding wildly. The sound came again in a whisper, slightly louder this time. Please help me. Kathy turned around, trying to find the source of the sound. It was surreal for her to hear a human voice after so long, and then her eyes finally fell into the narrow alleyway right beside her. Just beside the wall, a tiny woman was sitting, her condition appearing pale and haggard. Without a single thought, Kathy ran towards her, overcome with shock and happiness. She could not believe she had found someone else. She was not alone. As Kathy approached and kneeled down beside her, the huddled woman finally looked up, looking just as shocked as Kathy. She spoke. You are real. I thought I was imagining you. I thought I was imagining you too, but clearly not, Kathy replied, a small smile playing on her lips. She did not remember the last time she had smiled. What is your name? Kathy asked the young woman, who barely looked 20. Lara. And yours? The woman replied with a question of her own. Kathy. Kathy answered at once. I thought I was the only one left and there was no one else, Lara whispered, her voice weak with exhaustion. What happened here? Kathy asked, curiosity getting the better of her. We were fine. We had escaped the virus and were beginning to rebuild our lives, the woman replied, a lone tear escaping from her eye and journeying down her pale cheek. She spoke again. But the virus returned, and this time it turned into a disease by changing people. It made them different, and the doctors sealed the city to stop it from escaping. Everyone I know died or left, but I was left here all alone. I have been hiding here for months, trying to look for food and water to survive, but I can't believe I am not alone. You are not. We are in this together, Kathy reassured her, her strength returning renewed, now that she knew she had someone beside her to survive with. Although Kathy's relief was short-lived. A sound echoed loudly through the cavernous walls, the familiar low and guttural growl of the undead, Kathy had not heard this sound in weeks now, but it immediately alerted her, reminding her of their presence. She could sense they were close, but she would not let terror get the best of her. She was not going to die here. "They are here," Lara whispered, her expression filled with unkempt fear. "We need to fight them and run towards the elevator at the end. That is our only hope." Lara nodded as the two of them stood up, both of them quickly fetching a weapon from their respective backpacks. Kathy held her machete tightly in her palm, while Lara gripped a dagger, both of them standing tall. Although they barely had the time to register much when those creatures emerged from the shadows, their twisted bodies clearly unhuman. The two women backed away as they watched the glowing eyes of the undead, burning red with hatred. Their movements were unpredictable and jerky, but Kathy did not let that stop her. She stepped forward, swinging her machete with as much precision as she could, and attacked some of them. To her surprise, Lara, who appeared rather timid, did just that as well, the two of them successfully escaping from the alleyway. Kathy grabbed Lara's hand as they ran at top speed, the creatures still behind them, although still a considerable distance away. Kathy was sure she could lose them, if only they ran fast enough and took twisted routes. They dodged through the labyrinthine streets, the growls growing louder and more frantic behind them. But they kept running without looking back. The only thing Kathy focused on was running forward, trying her best to reach the end of the city. They simply needed to get to the elevator, and Kathy would easily find an escape, especially now that she had Lara beside her. Escaping was even more important. She had finally found a companion in this lonely world. "There is the elevator," Kathy shouted, her eyes falling on the glass elevator only a few meters away. "Will that help us escape?" Lara asked, making Kathy turn to look at her. "Yes. Did you not hear the doctor in the holographic image? He said the elevator is our only chance at escape," Kathy shouted in reply, suddenly growing confused while she ran. If Lara had indeed been in the Alpha City for months, like she had said, she should have already known about the elevator. She should have already tried to escape, rather than staying here and fighting the undead every day. Suddenly, something in Kathy's gut told her that she had befriended the wrong person. It could not be right. None of it made sense. Kathy reached the elevator and quickly slammed the button, praying it still worked. The doors opened before her, but just as she was getting inside, Lara shapeshifted before her eyes, her proper human body turning into that of an undead. Kathy's eyes widened as Lara's now unhuman arm landed on her own, and she quickly swung her machete, cutting Lara's head from her body in one swift motion. She pushed away Lara's arm from her body and got inside the elevator, slamming the button to take her to the top, while the rest of the undead caught up to her. Kathy's heart kept pounding as she noticed them tugging onto the elevator chain, but they could neither climb it nor push it down. Despite that, she had lost all comprehension, unable to grasp what had just happened. The elevator ascended slowly, its gears groaning in protest, but it held on. Her breath came in ragged grasps as she leaned against the wall, feeling weaker than she did before she had jumped into the crater. She had trusted someone, and that someone had been an undead. This meant that they could shapeshift as well, due to being this close to the core of the earth. She felt even more alone. The elevator finally reached the surface, and Kathy stepped out on the other side. To her surprise, she had landed somewhere entirely different. The sun was shining, and it was not bitingly cold, as it had been when she had jumped into the underground city. It felt as if she had reached a different side of the world. She stood up, looking at the trees spreading before her eyes, unable to believe how this place was still thriving. "Who are you?" someone asked from behind her, and she turned around, her machete raised high. It was a man. "Dr. Kathy Sanders. Who are you and what is this place?" she asked him instead, when her gaze landed on the doctor from the holograph she had seen in Alpha City. As the doctor walked closer, Kathy felt strangely calm. "You are the doctor in the holograph down in Alpha City. You are coming from the city?" the smiling doctor asked, his eyes no longer appearing hollow. "Yes." Kathy nodded, lowering her machete. The man before her lowered his dagger as well, while the doctor stood between the two of them, unarmed. "Well, it seems as if we have another survivor." The doctor chuckled, motioning for Kathy to walk beside him further ahead. And in those few seconds when Kathy knew that she was no longer alone in the world, she felt her hope returning again. As she followed the doctor into the light between the trees around them, she couldn't shake the feeling that the thriving world before her eyes was just another illusion. She knew the undead were still out there, and the virus was far from defeated. But for now, she had finally found a glimmer of hope, and that was enough. The storm raged above Derek wildly, lightning continuously spilling in the sky, while rain continued to lash down upon him in sheets. He was soaked to the bone as he stumbled through the muddy ground in his combat boots. Every part of his skin hurt under the splattering rain, which came down in small, tiny droplets. He walked carefully, not wanting to slip on the slick ground underneath him. He had survived for 3 years in this wasteland, fighting valiantly with every undead which came across his way, and he was certainly not going to die from a broken neck after slipping over wet mud. In the world he now lived in, the only dignified way to die was to die fighting. But who was even left to ask or care? It had been months since he had last seen another human. He had been walking since forever, scavenging for food and water, looking for some semblance of shelter, and yet he had not come across a single living person. It had started to feel as if he was definitely the last traveler, the only person alive in this world. Everyone else had been infected by their virus, turning them into the undead as well. Behind him, the howls of the undead echoed through the forest, their horrific cries growing louder with every step Derek took to get away from them, although he knew it was impossible. They were everywhere, and no matter how much he tried to run, they would always end up finding him. His body had been pushed to its furthest limits in the last few months, but he knew he couldn't stop. Not yet. He kept on walking, knowing fully well that the only reason he was still alive was the rigorous training he had undergone as a Navy SEAL. He had learned from the best and had been taught to never lose hope, heart, or face. He was simply following that, even though all his friends from the Navy had gone down fighting beside him. When the undead had first emerged in the world, their existence being blamed on an experiment gone wrong, Derek had gone out to fight them. He had been an integral part of the army, which had been stationed to defeat and kill them. But it was only a matter of time before everyone had found out they were impossible to defeat. That was why they were called the Undead. Derek had managed to kill as many as he could, but they only kept multiplying, infecting human after human. Soon enough, their army had grown bigger than the human army, and the world had broken into an uncontrollable chaos. Derek had known that was the time to run, thanking God that he was not responsible for the life of anyone else, except for himself. That was the only time being an orphan had felt like a blessing. He wrapped his jacket tightly around him, walking ahead into the darkness. Unable to take another step due to sheer exhaustion, he stopped to breathe for a while and looked up when he first saw it. Through the wildly driving rain, his gaze landed on the silhouette of a distant castle, its jagged towers emerging into the night sky as they pierced through the rain. Derek stood there staring at it in wonder and disbelief when a particularly bright ray of lightning shone over the towers, beckoning Derek forward. It almost seemed as if he had found the answer to all of his problems. He needed to get to the castle. The structure appeared ancient from the distance, and as Derek walked closer, he noticed how the stone walls were crumbling and overgrown with ivy. It was not difficult to guess that the castle had been abandoned quite some time ago, perhaps right when the undead had first appeared. Despite its deteriorating structure, it stood defiantly against all elements of nature, making Derek's heart leap with joy. The castle meant shelter, safety, and hope, and all he was looking for was just that, a glimmer of hope in the isolation and darkness which had gripped the world he was now a part of. He sprinted wildly towards the castle, his steps assured, even when his legs were burning with the effort of taking such big strides. But he needed to do it. He needed to find something for himself. He finally reached the front, noticing how the massive wooden gates were cracked and splintered, but still held on. Before entering inside, Derek turned around to check if he was being followed when his perceptive brown eyes landed on a red glow in the darkness. He immediately knew it was the eyes of the undead, and quite a few of them were just a few meters away. Derek stopped breathing, knowing fully well that if he entered the wooden gates in front of them, they would try to tear it apart to follow him, taking away his only chance at safety. He needed to defeat them first. The rain kept falling, but Derek no longer cared. For the first time in weeks, he felt as if he had a reason to live. The immense need to find safety and shelter inside this castle made him desperate, but brought him the hope for a future for himself. He walked away from the wooden doors, pulling out his 2 trusted daggers, one in each hand. He had a gun as well, which would be easier and quicker to use, but the lack of ammunition forced him to save it only for high-risk situations. Right now, he was confident about taking the 5 undead before him, just by his daggers. Being trained in combat often felt like a gift, especially when you were forced to survive an apocalypse. He tapped his foot on the ground, alerting the undead of his presence, and within seconds, all 5 of them were advancing towards him. At first, only their eyes were visible, but as they drew closer, Derek could see their inhuman bodies in pale gray. Their wrinkled, elongated hands and limbs gave them a ghostly appearance, but after 3 years of fighting them, Derek was no longer shocked at how they looked. He had seen much, much worse. He waited patiently, knowing fully well they would all try to attack him at once. His own calmness stunned him, but he knew he could not afford to lose control. The only way to defeat the undead was to make sure they could not smell fear on you, because it only made them stronger. Once all 5 of them were close enough, their arms extended to grab onto Derek. He ducked quickly, moving both daggers from left to right, injuring all 5 of them right in their lower abdomen. They began to howl in pain, but did not stop, and Derek plunged his daggers into the eyes of one of them, while the other 4 grabbed him from behind. Without missing a beat, Derek pulled out the daggers from his eyes and pushed him to the ground, knowing the creature was dead already. He knew the eyes directly plunged a hole in their brain, which resulted in immediate death. Derek turned around, using every ounce of strength in his body to pull away from them, and pierced another one's skull. He lunged, quickly administering a similar fate upon all of them. If 3 years ago, someone had told him that 3 years later he would calmly be fighting with unhuman creatures, he would have laughed in their face. But here he was now. He quickly scoured the scene, sighing in relief once he was sure that no other undead had followed him, and he was finally safe to enter the castle. He pulled open the double doors, carefully slipping through the small gap, while his breath came in ragged gasps. As soon as he was inside, he listened carefully for any of those familiar guttural groans, but heard nothing. A large wooden beam was placed just beside the door, and Derek quickly barricaded the door with it, after latching in all of the old-fashioned locks. In times such as these, no amount of security was ever enough. For the first time in days, he finally allowed himself to breathe. He quickly searched for his flashlight, using the trusted thing to shine along the forgotten castle, which looked straight out of some medieval novel. He entered into the massive courtyard through the foyer, the place appearing like the graveyard of forgotten grandeur. Statues of knights and kings lay toppled and broken all over the place, their faces worn smooth with time. It seemed as if hell had broken loose in the place before everyone had to run for their lives. The castle loomed before him, its windows dark and lifeless, while the doors hung crookedly on rusted hinges. Despite the lifelessness of the place, Derek was simply happy about finding it, no longer suffering the onslaught of the falling rain. A tall statue of a knight stood at one end, still appearing grand and unbroken. Derek walked closer, his gaze immediately falling on the pristine sword, which hung by the belt of the statue. He quickly took the sword out, realizing how it would make an amazing weapon against the undead. He was going to keep it with him. The air of the abandoned castle was thick with the damp scent of stone. He continued to explore, going from corridor to corridor, realizing how the place was nothing but a maze of crumbling hallways and shadowy chambers. The rooms were all empty, filled with furniture which had been left to the whims of nature for far too long. It made his heart ache to see such rot. Faded tapestries hung from high walls, the colors which once must have been bright and vivid now, completely muted and dull. Suits of armor stood like silent sentinels, their hollow eyes seeming to follow him as he passed by. In the large great hall at the very center of the castle, a massive chandelier lay shattered and broken on the floor, the crystals glinting in the dim light. Glass spread all over the marbled ground, forcing Derek to take each step with careful precision. He walked further towards the fireplace, trying not to crash into the furniture still scattered around the hall. Taking off his backpack, he quickly extracted matchsticks and lit the fire from the already placed logs in the fireplace. It was evident that this place had been hit by a storm. Everything about it signaled a hurried exit, as if the inhabitants had been forced to escape before they had to succumb to a terrible fate. A part of Derek knew it must have been the arrival of the undead, but he did not wish to believe that the undead had been inside this place. The castle seemed safe and pristine, unblemished from the gunk and stale breaths of the undead, and Derek wanted to keep it that way, at least in his head. He quickly lit a roaring fire, the flames casting flickering shadows on the walls around them. As warmth seeped back into his bones, he peeled off his soaked layers of clothing and placed them carefully on the sofa before the fireplace to dry. He opened his bag to fetch dry clothes and put them in, allowing himself to relax just for a little bit after ages. He sat in front of the fire, unsure about why did he constantly feel eyes on him. It felt as if the castle was certainly not empty, and something was lurking about him. He could feel it in the dampness of the heavy air, and how the shadows seemed to shift when he wasn't looking. Something was definitely here, something that didn't want him. Still retaining his position on the sofa, Derek fastened his grip on the sword he had found, ready to use it as a weapon if necessary. He breathed in deeply, holding it in his chest while listening closely into the night. It seemed quiet, save for the crackling wood in the fireplace, but Derek knew better. He had learned the art of hearing when there was no sound and seeing when there was no light. He could sense it, the nerve endings of every hair follicle on his skin standing up in attention. He could sense that something was about to happen. The sword dangled lazily by his hand for anyone to see, but he had firm control over it. Just moments later, he jumped up from the sofa at the sound of a footstep hitting the marbled floor softly, and a sword cut through the air, right where his head had been moments ago. Derek backed away, his gaze landing on a thick set of raven-colored hair, which were pushed aside to reveal a beautiful woman before him. Dressed in a simple t-shirt and pants, she seemed just as exhausted as him, her olive skin appearing pale. Despite that, her blue eyes were bright as she attacked Derek once again, and he easily pushed her away, his sword clashing with hers. "Who the hell are you?" he shouted, not wanting to indulge in a crazy fight with a human. He was still not over the shock of finding another person alive around him when he had been sure that everyone was already dead. The woman did not reply, but attacked him once again with renewed strength, her movements deliberate and powerful. Derek could sense that whoever she was clearly trained to fight. This was not the work of an ordinary girl with no swordship skills. "You need to get out of my castle," she shouted back, her breath catching in her throat as she kept trying to attack him, but Derek easily blocked all of her attacks with his shield. "Your castle?" he asked, chuckling at her ownership of an abandoned place. The two of them could very easily share the place and coexist together in this already dead world, but she seemed determined to drive him away. Although she did not know that Derek was not someone to leave things over mere warnings. He had fought 5 undead to find safety inside this castle, and he was not going to let it go. None of this was a joke. "Yes," she shouted, raising her sword to hit him, but Derek pushed her away with one blow, and she fell to the ground at some distance. He wanted to go check up on her, but he was sure she was going to attack him again. To his surprise, she straightened up, keeping her sword on the table behind her, no longer willing to fight. Derek put down his sword too, signaling peace. He had never even wanted to fight in the first place. "How exactly is this your castle?" he asked, unsure of what she meant. "I am Princess Seraphine, and this place belongs to my family," she replied, sitting down on the sofa right beside his drying clothes, while Derek stared at her dumbly. "You are a real princess?" he asked her, unsure of how to take this news. "Yes," she sighed. "At least I was when the world was still running in the right direction, and humanity had not been attacked by the undead. But now that things are completely chaotic, I believe I am no one. Just Seraphine, if you may. And who are you?" "Derek," Derek replied, still unable to believe that he was in the presence of a real human being after so many months. She began to speak again, her voice soft. "Until I saw you today, it almost felt like I was the last traveler in the world, and no other humans were alive, except for me. I was feeling the same way until a few minutes ago." Derek chuckled, growing comfortable. He spoke again, extremely curious. "So, have you been hiding here for the past 3 years?" "No," Seraphine replied, shaking her head, then continued speaking. "When the undead first came, they breached our outer walls, so we sealed the gates, but they found a way inside. My father was terrified and tried to protect us, but it was impossible. The food stores were running low, and the castle had too many people living inside it. So when the undead finally came, all of us had to run in a hurry. We abandoned the castle and left, and everyone got separated. I tried finding my family again, but realized that all I had was myself. I am so sorry, Derek replied, his heart heavy. It's okay, she smiled. This means the undead were inside the castle, Derek observed, looking around as he had a realization and began to speak. If they could get inside once, they can get inside again. We need to secure this place well enough to make sure that the undead can't come again. That is why I had come here, Seraphine spoke, standing up to pace in front of him. What do you mean? Derek asked. I have been running for too long now. I knew I needed shelter, and the best place was the castle. I arrived here when you were fighting the undead by the front wooden doors, and I slipped in from the back. I had the feeling that you would come inside, but I still could not just trust you, so I raised my sword. But it seems as if you can hold your own. Derek laughed at her assessment, replying, I have been a SEAL, and I have survived this madness for 3 years now. I can certainly hold my own. But seeing the way you too are a survivor and can fight with such perfection, I believe you can hold your own as well. We just might be able to stay alive if we stay together, she replied, smiling at Derek. So what is the plan? Derek asked, looking around the dark castle with renewed hope. He could have never guessed that finding a shelter and another human being could make him feel better about life again. It almost felt as if things were going to be all right, and tomorrow would be a newer, better day. I have a lot of plans, but they will take time, energy, and dedication, Seraphine said, and Derek could sense a similar renewed hope in her as well. It is not like we have anywhere else to be, do we? She laughed, the sound reminding Derek of how he had not laughed in months. He had probably not even talked out loud in months. He knew the undead were still out there, and the castle would never be fully safe, no matter how much they protected the place. But at least it was a start. It was something. Now that he was no longer alone, and he had found some semblance of shelter, he was going to make things better. Just like him and Seraphine, there must be other survivors in the world as well, and sooner or later, they would all find ways to exist in the midst of this all. It will never be ideal, but it will still be something. After all, they only had hope. And Derek was not ready to give up on that, now or ever. Maya walked slowly, the runway stretching out before her, cracked and overgrown with weeds. It was hard to witness what neglect could do to a place, or an entire country in this case. She still could not believe that she had somehow managed to reach the airport, successfully fulfilling her only goal, which had been decided days ago. The apocalypse had begun almost 8 months ago, 2 undead appearing out of nowhere in the middle of the island, shocking everyone. Every single inhabitant of the place called this country their home, and no one could understand what was happening. People tried to attack them and control them, but the undead only continued to expand, their virus spreading from person to person. That was when most people had tried to make it to the airport, wishing to escape the island and reach another country for safety, but the plan had failed miserably. The zombies had multiplied one after the other, infecting everyone around them at an exponential speed. Being a peaceful country, they had no army to begin with, and the few security personnel did not know what to do either. It was as if their world had come crashing apart, the entire island being torn to pieces. By now, almost everyone was either dead or had turned. She had seen most of it happening right before her eyes. Every new day, another battle of survival. Maya had somehow managed to stay alive through this all. She did not know how exactly she had managed to survive, but she was almost certain that she might be the last living person on the island, and she needed to escape. She had first tried swimming away by stealing a boat from the docks, but the undead had found her, forcing her to indulge in a heavy and dangerous fight. She was left with no choice but to abandon that plan and seek another. It had taken her 5 whole weeks to travel from one side of the island to the other, the only destination in her mind being the airport. There was only one way to escape after this. She was going to fly away from here. She had to. If her motives for escaping and leaving this place were only based on finding safety and restarting her life, she might not have been this desperate. But her motives were completely different. She was seeking revenge. Revenge from the very governments which had used her country, her people, and her home as nothing but an experiment. At first, everyone had thought the undead had truly appeared from nowhere, but the local news had soon investigated and revealed that they were given birth in a lab of a distant country and transported safely to Maya's island to get rid of the creatures, and also to test how deathly they could be. Her country, being an island, was the best place for this, because the virus would stay contained and the rest of the world would not be affected by it. And that was exactly what had happened, what was still happening. The world knew of their suffering, and several countries had tried to help, but there was no real way to do so. The only help they needed was a cure to kill or treat the undead, and no one had been able to find it. Everyone simply looked on curiously, watching them die day after day. Soon enough, all connections to the outside world were cut off, leaving them with no way to ask for help, which was why no one knew the truth about who was behind this entire thing. And Maya was determined to reveal the truth. She was not going to sit still when she knew who was out there to blame. Her life had been uprooted entirely, and her only motivation for living now was this. Her country had suffered a little too much to simply forget about it all, but she still needed to escape in order to complete her mission, and Maya was determined. She looked up in the distance, the control tower looming ahead in the darkness. The windows were shattered and dark, and Maya knew it would be a miracle if the controls were still working. Although, she was not one to lose hope. The airport, which had once been her favorite place in the country, was now nothing but a graveyard of forgotten flights, its terminals silent and empty. She pulled her backpack closer to her, her trusted camera dangling from her neck. Being a photographer, she traveled for work often, and the airport had become her sanctuary. She felt the same way still, slightly happy about reaching here, alive and well. She had been running for days now, her body pushed to its furthest limits. Even though her mind was numb with exhaustion, her motive was clear. In the past 8 months, she had gathered enough proof from around her to reveal the truth behind this humanly planted apocalypse in her country. She had found government documents in shattered parliamentary offices, which signaled the clear signs of a deal that had been struck. She had even found proofs of how every major politician of the island had flown away from here only 1 day prior to the beginning of the apocalypse. The island had even been shut off for visitors. She had everything inside her bag, and she was going to protect it with her life until she escaped from this hell, which had once been everything to her. As she walked towards the control room, she knew the undead were everywhere, their loud, horrifying screams echoing through the ruins of the city. After all this time, Maya had even lost count of how many she had fought off and how many close calls she had survived. Her entire existence had turned bitter and pessimistic throughout this time. But as she stood at the tarmac, she allowed herself just a single moment of hope. The airport was her chance, her only way out. Maya moved cautiously through the terminal, trying to make as little noise as she possibly could. Her boots were crunching on broken glass, even with slow and measured steps. The undead were still all around her, and she had no desire to risk everything she had worked towards by somehow alerting them of her presence. She would need to be extremely careful. She looked around, realizing how this once bustling travel hub had now become a tomb. The shops all around looted and gates torn open. The air was thick with rot and decay, the constant smell of the undead around them becoming a part of the island. She breathed in deeply, knowing she wasn't here for supplies anyway, and simply needed to run. Her escape was far more valuable than anything else in the world right now. The doors of the control room were torn apart as well, hanging crookedly on rusting hinges. Maya walked inside, using her flashlight to stare at the monitors with dark screens. The chairs were overturned, and everything had been thrown apart. She could see that the undead had not even left this place, probably trying to find more humans to infect and kill. She looked around the room quickly, trying to find anything that might help her with her mission. The groans of the undead around her were growing louder, and she was still failing to find anything of value. Just when Maya was about to give up, her gaze landed on a flight manual buried under a pile of broken chairs. Her heartbeat accelerated as she picked it up, a sudden smile coming onto her face. She had been looking for just that, and almost could not believe she had found it. Her entire plan was based entirely on finding this booklet, or else flying would be almost impossible for her. She flipped through the pages, trying to absorb in as much as she could to figure out how to fly a plane. All she needed to do was pull one right move in a calculated manner, and she would leave this nightmare behind. What waited for her up ahead was not going to be pleasant either, but it would still be better than this. Anything would be better than this. She folded the booklet, tucking it into the back pocket of her jeans. Ideally, she should have spent several hours trying to learn as much as she could from the guide, but she was not lucky enough to have this much time on her hands. If she spent any more time here, the undead would smell her humanly scent and try to come after her. It was important that she remained on the move, every second crucial. She walked out of the control room, finding her way to the hangar in the silver light of the full moon above her. A jolt of joy went through her entire body when her gaze finally found exactly what she had been looking for. Rows and rows of planes sat silently, their engines cold and lifeless. She looked around carefully at every smaller passenger jet, knowing fully well that trying to fly a large plane might go against her. She had to play it safe. A gray passenger jet to her left had its door thrown open, and upon close inspection, Maya noticed oil stains just underneath it. It seemed as if the plane was being prepared for takeoff, but it could never fly away due to the apocalypse. This was it. This was going to be her ticket from out here. She used the stairs to climb upwards, jumping inside the dark and musty interior of the small plane. Her flashlight revealed seats which were torn and stained, but to her surprise, the cockpit was still fully intact, its controls gleaming in the dim night coming from the moon above them. They beckoned Maya towards them, and she walked forward, taking the captain's seat with as much confidence as she could muster in a situation such as this. Quickly grabbing the flying manual from her pocket, she opened it in her lap, trying to match each button with the guide in front of her. Everything was extremely overwhelming, and Maya knew that she could very well be flying towards her death if she chose to take this step. Despite that, she was determined. If she failed to fly this plane, at least she would die trying. But living here amongst the undead with a new survival plan every day was something she could no longer do. She breathed in deeply, reminding herself that she had always been a quick learner. It had only ever taken her a few hours to learn the most complicated cameras and technological gadgets, and this was not going to be any different. She had studied the manual, watched countless movies with the hero or heroine always flying away in a plane, and was not the kind of person who ever gave up. Her fingers traced the diagrams in front of her while she memorized the steps, jogging them in her memory. She had watched a movie once where the pilot had been saying how most modern planes were automated anyway, and the only thing a pilot needed to do was make sure the takeoff and landing were smooth. She could do this. She had to do this. There was no other choice. Saying a silent prayer in her heart, Maya switched on the power control, the buttons coming to life before her eyes. Her eyes widened as things began to move about her, screens firing up. She did not understand most of it, but she was still ready to give it a try. Suddenly, a loud groan reached her ears, pulling her back to reality. Maya could sense she was no longer alone. The sound of footsteps echoed through the hangar, slow and deliberate. She was certain that it would take the undead only a few seconds to locate her with her scent all over the place and the soft whirring of the plane engines. Her hand instinctively reached for the knife at her belt, and she gripped it firmly, ready to attack when necessary. Her heart pounded wildly while she peered through the cockpit window, her eyes finding them just behind the plane. As if on cue, one of the undead looked up just then, his deadly red eyes meeting with Maya's shocked hazel irises. Without waiting any further, Maya fired up the startup sequence. It was now or never. The engine roared to life underneath her, the sound echoing through the hangar. The undead, which were already at the foot of the plane, became even more alert due to the noise, their quick footsteps reaching the open gate. Maya already knew their movements were jerky and erratic, and she needed to be extremely quick about all of it. Her hands trembled as she flipped switches and turned dials, the plane's systems all coming online, one by one. To her surprise, in this moment of utter panic, things began to make sense to her. She breathed in sharply when the groan was just by her ear, the first of them finally reaching the cockpit door, its claws scraping against the metal on the hinges. Maya turned around, holding the knife firmly as she lunged towards the undead and drove the sharp blade straight into the creature's skull. It collapsed to the floor before her, but she could see more of them were coming. Not wasting any time, she slammed the door shut, just as another one of them slammed against the glass, its groans growing louder and louder. It was time. The plane began to move, the wheels rolling slowly across the hangar floor. Maya quickly reached the controls and steered it into the direction of the runway, giving it enough space to take off. From the large glass in front of her, she could see that she was surrounded by the undead, their hands clawing at the fuselage of the plane. Ignoring the sharp shouts and grunts at the cockpit door, she pushed the throttle forward, the engines roaring as the plane picked up speed. The hangar doors were just ahead of her, between the plane and the open runway, and Maya braced herself for impact. With rapidly growing speed, the plane crashed through the doors, the sounds of metal tearing filling the air all around her. The undead were all thrown aside, their bodies crumpling under the force of the large metal machine, which was in Maya's control completely. Breathing in deeply, she turned around, opening the cockpit door with a jerk. The undead, which had been clawing at the door, was taken by surprise, and Maya struck it in the skull with extreme force, killing the creature with a single hit. She walked out, throwing the bodies of the two creatures down from the plane doors, beginning to seal the structure entirely. It was time to fly. Just as she was closing the doors, a loud groan coming from an undead from right behind her terrified her immensely, especially since her knife was no longer in her hand. She left the door, not wanting to shut it down until she had killed this one undead as well. It must have gone towards the back of the plane when Maya was shut inside the cockpit, but now it was here. The glowing red eyes filled with blood. She needed to do something about it, and she needed to do it fast. The creature lunged towards her, its arms raised to claw her face out, but Maya was much quicker. She ducked down and crawled from underneath him, reaching for the knife that had fallen to the ground from her hand. The plane was gathering speed, and if she did not pull the handle all the way to fly it, it would lose the runway and might topple off. Without wasting any more time, she stood up, her movements abrupt, in order to surprise the creature groaning in front of her. Before the undead could react or attack, Maya cut through his skull with her knife, pushing him out of the open door in one swift motion. She breathed a sigh of relief, running her gaze through the rest of the plane to find any other creatures who might still be hidden. Not finding anyone else, she turned back around and sealed the door, already running back to the cockpit. Her eyes widened when she noticed the approaching cliff, immediately pulling the handle which put the plane into motion. The ascent shaky and uneven, but still successful. She wanted to squeal with joy at the small victory. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she held onto the controls with steady hands, her focus unwavering. As the plane lifted off the ground, she could feel the world falling away beneath her. For the first time in months, she felt free. She knew she was still chained, just as tied to this apocalypse as she was before, but she was already on her way to find an escape. Her life was not going to be easy, especially with the revelations she held in her backpack, but she needed to do this. For herself, her people, her island. As the plane climbed higher, Maya allowed herself to breathe. She still could not believe she had done it. The guide was still open in front of her, but now she was confident in her ability to fly. She knew the journey was far from over as much bigger things awaited her in the future. Compared to the battles she would be forced to fight after landing, the descent was much, much easier. She not only had a whole life to rebuild, but a whole government to fight. And she knew that often enough, fighting humans was far more difficult than fighting the undead. But she had spent 8 months in this hell. What were a few more years of seeking justice? She owed it to herself, and she was determined to stay true to her motive. She was coming for them. Every street and alleyway of New York City had turned into a graveyard of steel and glass. The once bustling metropolis of a city turning into a silent wasteland after the apocalypse. Marcus made his way through the shadows like a ghost, his footsteps making no sound as he ventured forward. His backpack was heaving with supplies, full of everything he would need for at least 2 whole weeks. He had found an abandoned convenience store, which was surprisingly stocked to the brim, and Marcus had collected canned food, bottled water, and some medical supplies. Despite the weight on his back, it was his heart which was in true despair. Each step he took on the deserted roads felt like a gamble. Every corner, potential death sentence. The undead were definitely a huge threat, but in the post-apocalyptic world he was now a part of, the living often proved to be much worse. Hearing footsteps from somewhere around him, he quickly ducked into an alley, not wanting to accidentally run into anyone or anything. His ears strained for the sound of footsteps, but when he heard nothing for the next few minutes, he guessed it was a false alarm. Experience of living in these conditions for the past 1 year had taught him to always be careful. He had been followed before, and that had definitely never ended well. He was determined to never let something like that happen again. Marcus was just about to get back on the road when he heard footsteps again, and this time he knew they were real. Someone was around him. But where? He pressed himself against the stoned wall, his hand gripping the handle of the knife he always carried with him. He had quite a few weapons of choice, but the knife by his belt was his most trusted and go-to weapon. The footsteps grew louder, coming much closer from his left. He held his breath, knowing fully well that it was definitely not the undead. Their sharp groans were far more terrifying than their footsteps, and the urgency of the running was enough to tell Marcus that these footsteps belonged to a human being. He stayed there as a few men ran past him, right beside the alleyway. They were dressed in makeshift armor with large rifles in their hands. Marcus knew exactly who they were: the hunters. When the undead had first appeared, throwing the world into chaos, everyone had been trying to make it on their own. Although a little after that, once most people were dead, a few individuals had formed groups of their own to survive together. Besides hunting the undead, they also preyed on solitary survivors like Marcus, stealing their supplies. In a world which favored survival of the fittest, one truly needed to be fit to be worthy of living. Marcus stood there, as silent as possible, while they ran past him, clearly looking for someone. He ran his gaze over the deserted street, trying to find something which might give him some semblance of a shelter and safety. Just then, he saw it. The alley right in front of him sported a narrow doorway at one side, which was partially hidden behind a pile of thick debris. The faded sign which hung above the place read, "Daily Gazette, Newspapers and Magazines." Marcus's eyes lit up with relief, and he did not hesitate for a single second before quickly slipping inside, sealing the door behind him with a rusty bolt. He breathed deeply, trying to calm his already racing heart. Usually, entering buildings such as these was never a safe bet, because they could be occupied by the undead or by a group of hunters as their safety shed. Although, the darkness and dampness of the newspaper office told Marcus that it was definitely empty. He had it all to himself. It was a little hard for him to believe his luck, but he quickly said a silent prayer in his heart, beginning to explore. He found the light switch just beside the door and turned them all on, trying to see if electricity was still running in the place. A few orange lights flickered open, throwing the place into a soft, warm hue. The newspaper shop was small and completely cramped, the shelves lined with dusty magazines and yellowed newspapers. Marcus had lived in New York City all his life, often walking this street, yet he had never noticed the small shop on the corner. That was how their world had been. Just like everyone else, Marcus had been so absorbed in his own life before the apocalypse that he had never even bothered to look away from his phone while passing by from here. And now here he was, finally beginning to take notice. The air was thick with the scent of ink and mildew, bringing Marcus a strange yet forgotten sense of comfort in this new world. He had forgotten what comfort and safety even felt like, and this sudden encounter with the sharp scent of printed ink was enough to remind him of the good old days. Despite feeling safe, he moved around the shop cautiously, not wanting to invite trouble for himself. He had managed to survive for 1 whole year. He only needed to hold on until things got better. That is, if they ever got better. What he loved about the place was how tiny it was, which made it easy for him to explore all around in just a few minutes. The smaller the place, the easier it was to assess and defend. Walking away from the front shop, he moved towards the back room, where his gaze landed on a spiral staircase, which seemingly led to a basement. Curious about what was downstairs, Marcus followed along the creaking stairs as they held onto his weight and crept to the basement. He searched the walls for a button and found one lone switch on the left wall. He turned it on, throwing the tiny basement into a cascade of similar orange lights. It was even smaller than the shop above, but was relatively cleaner and dry. The rains which had been plaguing the city for months now clearly had not reached here. The place was well packed, warm, and safe. Marcus continued to roam his gaze, walking further into the room. A desk sat in one corner, the surface cluttered with old typewriters and stacks of papers. He could see that whoever owned this shop clearly had a passion for writing, and too in a vintage manner. Exactly opposite from the desk with the old typewriters sat a small bed with a few blankets that were neatly folded on top of it and a pillow on one end. Marcus felt tears sting his eyes as he realized it had been months since he had laid down on a proper bed in a clean place. His heart leapt with joy as he looked on, sitting down on the bed carefully. It was strange how, in times of utter need, the simplest things felt like blessings. In his day-to-day life before the apocalypse, he had never even considered how his bed, clean sheets, and a warm blanket were blessings for him. But now that he was suffering, he realized their importance. The apocalypse had changed him, forcing him to appreciate the simple things he once took for granted. He knew this was it. This place was definitely going to be his sanctuary, and he needed to defend it with all his might. God had been kind to him by putting him in the path of this little shop, and he had to make sure to keep this place with him and him alone. All he needed to do was secure this place well enough to make sure no one could enter. Although for now, he could rest for a little while. Marcus laid down on the bed, covering himself with one of the blankets, and within seconds, he had fallen asleep. He deserved this much-needed rest. Marcus woke up with a start, unsure of what had just happened to him. He quickly looked around, remembering everything which had gone down in the past few hours. He had found this place and had fallen asleep here. But now that he was awake and well-rested, he needed to get to work. He needed to secure this place for himself, so he could truly call it his sanctuary. If someone else found it, Marcus would not be able to defend it in its current condition. He kept his backpack by the desk in the basement, climbed back upwards, his mind singularly on one task alone. He searched the entire area tirelessly, collecting everything that was useless in one corner and everything that might prove important to him in the other. He was ecstatic upon finding a toolbox, knowing how much the thing would help him both as weapons and as necessary tools to secure the newspaper shop. Over the next few days, Marcus stayed inside, surviving on nothing but the foods he had scavenged, while he worked with determination to secure his new shelter. Everything he found inside the office was used as material to secure the windows. Marcus reinforced doors by pushing all of the heavy furniture against it, making sure that no one from outside would be able to come inside through the front. He barricaded the only two windows in the place with sheets of plywood. It cut off any and all access to sunlight, but what Marcus needed was safety from the undead and the rain. He could live without sunlight for the time being. Finding a trap door in the back room, Marcus fixed its lock and crawled outside the shop. deciding to use this as the only entrance for his entry and exit into the place. He concealed the entrance from outside, using broken steel wires and debris, trying to make sure that even if someone saw it, they would never even consider venturing inside. Once that was done, he built a makeshift alarm system using empty food cans and string, rigging them all together to clatter if someone tried to break in. His weapons were always at the ready anyway, and he would find ample time to react if someone tried to come inside while he was in the basement. Although, he knew that despite all of these arrangements, he was never going to be completely safe. He had found himself a sanctuary and had even managed to secure it. But the real challenge was staying hidden and making sure to keep this place hidden as well. Finding the right time, when the street was completely deserted, he ventured out through his secret trap door and removed the faded sign from the front, taking away all identity from the building of the newspaper shop. That was the best thing to do. This way, no one was going to see the place or notice it. He came back inside, staring at his 1 week of unstoppable determination. He could not believe he had somehow managed to do it, but fear still lurked in his heart. At night, the undead roamed, their groans echoing through the empty streets, reaching even the basement. On the other hand, the hunters were out there too. He knew they preyed on the weak, taking whatever they could find. If they found Marcus's shelter, they would definitely not waste a single second in killing him to steal the shop from him and use it as their own hideout. But Marcus could not stay here forever either. His supplies were mostly gone, and he needed to venture out to find more. This was going to be his moment of truth. He knew the city like the back of his hand and had already developed safe routes for himself. He knew he was going to be just fine if he stayed put and followed his game plan. All he needed to do was stay low and not run into anyone. Although now, he also needed to make sure that no one found his shelter. He got to the basement, trying to find food in his backpack, but everything was gone. It was time to go back out there. Marcus breathed in deeply, trying to calm himself. He armed himself with his gun, knife and dagger, and wore the backpack securely behind him. It was going to be a quick scavenging run, with him back before anyone would see or notice him. He crawled out through his trap door and hid it entirely, moving quickly and quietly into the evening. Marcus always simply stuck to the shadows, completely avoiding any open spaces where he might be an easy and open target for both the undead and the hunters. He followed along his usual routine, taking safe routes and hidden shortcuts, which he had memorized over the past year. Despite that, something felt off today. He wondered if it was about him now finally having a sanctuary for himself that he needed to protect. Or maybe it was just his gut telling him that something might go wrong. Although he was out already, and returning back without supplies would be counterproductive. He would be quick, very quick. His gaze landed on a convenience store in one corner, which appeared relatively full, and he quickly headed inside, glad to see the filled shelves. Marcus took everything he needed, throwing it inside his backpack with the swiftness of someone who had done this 1,000 times. He was just about to head out when he heard it. Footsteps just outside the store. Closing the backpack and wearing it on his back once again, he ran behind the main counter, his hand already placed on his knife out of pure instinct. The footsteps grew louder, coming closer to him, while Marcus stayed ducked, praying for his dear life. His heart was pounding, but he tried to keep his breathing in control, not wanting for them to hear him. He knew it was not the undead, the footsteps sounding very human. He looked up, raising his head a mere inch when he finally saw them. The same two men he had seen almost 1 week ago stood there, armed with heavy-duty rifles and wearing makeshift armors over their bodies. They moved through the store like predators, picking up items at their leisure. One of them continued to fill bags while the other scanned the aisles, clearly looking for potential danger or available prey. Marcus's mind raced, feeling an immediate and intense need to get out of there. But the gate through which he had entered was right behind them. He could definitely not use it. Marcus looked to his left, realizing that a small gate was just a few steps away from the counter, and if he was quick about it, he might be able to leave from here without them even noticing. He waited patiently, letting them move to the other side of the store before making his move. Once he was sure that both of them were looking away and were at enough distance to not be able to chase him, he jumped upwards, making a straight run towards the door on his left. He darted towards the door, but the sound of his feet alerted them, the two of them spotting him almost immediately. Their shouts echoed through the store as Marcus ran outside, not daring to look back. He knew they were right behind him, but still far enough that if Marcus was smart enough, he could easily lose them. He burst into an alley, his legs pumping wildly as he sprinted towards the nearest building. He knew they were not going to shoot at him with the lack of ammunition in the city, and at least in that regard, he was safe. Their footsteps were pounding against the pavement, but Marcus ignored that, ducking into a narrow passageway, his heart racing. The only motive he had in mind was to lose them. He could not risk everything he had built in the past week. If they caught up to him, they would probably kill him or take away his supplies and beat him up really bad to leave him as a meal for the undead. He was not going to succumb to such an awful fate. He scanned the buildings before his eyes, a plan devising in his mind as he ran. He already knew that the second building to his left had a fire escape just a few feet above his head. Without thinking, Marcus leapt. His fingers hung onto the bottom rung, grasping it with all his strength as he pulled himself up. His muscles screamed in protest, but he could still hear the footsteps of the two men. He knew he needed to do this. "He is climbing the fire escape," one of them shouted from behind him, alerting Marcus. Marcus still did not stop, climbing onto the rooftop of the building. The men reached the alley just below him, but Marcus disappeared over the edge of the second building, listening to them shout in frustration as they tried to climb the fire escape as well. He climbed over, building after building, knowing he was in full view of anyone who looked up, but he did not have much of a choice. Their shouts had faded in the background, making Marcus feel slightly safe. His movements were quick and precise until he finally reached the alleyway where the newspaper shop was located and used another fire escape to come back down. With the two men just behind him, Marcus ducked into the back, quickly entering the shop through his trap door and concealing it once again. He ran towards the front door, knowing the men were just outside, their heavy breathing reaching Marcus through the closed gates. He himself leaned against the gates, trying to listen to them, while he caught onto his own breath. Running with a heavy backpack full of supplies had been exhausting. He was here. He was right here, one of the two men shouted, and Marcus breathed a sigh of relief. He had done the right thing by sealing the front door. He waited until they had walked away from the newspaper shop, beginning to feel safe once again. He picked up his heaving backpack and disappeared into the basement, a silhouette fading into the warm lights. He knew the hunters and the undead were still outside, but at least for another week or two, he could stay inside and breathe, and perhaps try to read the newspapers which were scattered all around this place. He finally had a little bit of peace. The world he had once called his home had ended with a whimper. Whoever claimed that humanity would end with a loud bang was wrong, because Joseph had heard nothing, seen nothing, and had definitely never thought this would happen. It had started out slowly as governments fell one after the other, while cities were burned under the flames of war after war. Humanity crumbled under the weight of its own hubris, and Joseph, as well as many others beside him, could only stand at one corner to witness the downfall. The collapse had not been sudden, but a slow, agonizing pain which had destroyed everything. Wars were fought over resources, which only made the entirety of the human race run out of resources even quicker. It brought forth pandemics that no one could control, until at last, the worst pandemic of it all had gripped the world. The virus spread far and wide, infecting everyone and everything. Humans, livestock, plants, animals, and everything that could breathe began to fall ill, dying in the matter of a few days. There were the ones who survived, but survival was a trick. It felt as if the virus was chasing you, and as long as one stayed on the run, they stayed safe. Once half the world was already dead, and there was nothing but silence. Silence was the worst part of it all. It meant no more news broadcasts, music, voices of living and breathing humans around him, or any sound that might indicate that the world still went on. It was static. Joseph had been wandering for months now, perhaps even years. For him, time had lost all meaning in a world that was nothing but broken. Just like any other survivor out there, he scavenged whatever he could, while actively avoiding the roving bands of marauders. Sometimes, he wanted to do nothing but find shelter and lay down there for days, simply waiting for the virus to catch up to him. He was tired of never having safety, because the virus might follow anywhere. Every single person who was still alive had turned into a nomad, never spending more than one night under the same roof. Sighing deeply, Joseph kept walking on the barren landscape, aware of how this virus had even deprived the world of nature. The sky was surrounded in a misty haze, making it impossible to see much in the distance, but Joseph kept moving. He had no desire to lay down under nothing but the clouds and spend the night in a treeless jungle. He wanted shelter. He wanted warmth against the biting chill of the winter air. He squinted his eyes, realizing how finally, after 40 years of his life passing by, his eyesight was beginning to fail him. What made him chuckle was knowing how he would never be able to get a pair of glasses for himself until he could somehow manage to make one on his own. But as the head chef in a gourmet restaurant, the only thing he had ever learned to make was a tender steak. As he walked ahead, still looking far and wide to find something, anything, that might bring him some element of hope, his green eyes finally landed on something. On the horizon, barely visible through the haze, stood what he thought was definitely a radio tower. Overjoyed with relief on finding a shelter, he began to run towards it, the building becoming clearer as the distance decreased. The steel frame was rusted and leaning precariously in nothing but thin air, but still looked intact. Joseph's heart raced in wild abandon because he knew exactly what a radio tower could mean for him. It meant communication. This was his beacon of hope. Joseph continued up the distance as the tower was located at the top of a steep hill, which was surrounded by the rather ghostly, skeletal remains of a small town. As he stared at the cottages moving past him, his heart broke for everyone who must have inhabited them once. The virus had consumed every life, every happy family, every young couple in love, and basically everyone with a pulse. He could imagine how the hill must have once been the very site of laughter and beauty, but it was no longer something which could mirror even the tiniest bit of happiness. Everyone who once lived here was either dead or perhaps somewhere out there on the run. The streets were littered with abandoned cars, cluttered under mounds of debris, appearing like a graveyard of forgotten time. Joseph moved cautiously despite how deserted the area was, his rifle slung over his shoulder as his eyes scanned for danger. Being on his own had taught him how to take care of his own self, and most importantly, how to make sure that he was 2 steps ahead of a marauder who might try to steal from him. He finally reached the tower, noticing how the tower itself was a relic of the old world, the base overgrown with weeds and vines, which remained dead on the ground. A small building stood at its base, the door slightly ajar. Joseph wondered if someone might already be inside, making him approach the scene cautiously. Although, if someone was already inside, they would have sealed the door to protect themselves. This gave Joseph a boost of confidence, and he ventured inside bravely. His hand rested on the hilt of his knife, while his nostrils were infiltrated with the damp air inside the tower, thick with the scent of rust and decay. He walked into the darkness, sensing something metallic in the environment, his gaze running all around the place quickly. Fetching a flashlight from his back pocket, he pushed open the door fully while the hinges creaked in protest, but Joseph did not care. He could see the door might be old, but it was sturdy enough to hold on. Lighting his flashlight inside, he immediately noticed the dark room was completely cluttered, filled with old equipment and dusty manual. A desk sat in one corner of the room, its surface covered in papers, and a single, dusty radio. Joseph's heart leapt with joy. If he could somehow make the radio work, this just might be it. His only chance. He immediately went to work, beginning to explore the radio tower in quite detail. His flashlight helped him in the search, cutting through the darkness as he continued to look for anything he might find. Anything that might get him out of here. The equipment was old, but surprisingly intact, clearly having been created to handle the ravages of time. As he crept downwards towards the basement, his eyes twinkled upon finding a generator large enough to power the entire radio station. Taking a deep breath, Joseph went to check the fuel tank, which was half full, surprising him even further. He could truly not believe his luck. It seemed as if he had found a jackpot within this station. It was true he had tried to find some shelter after every 2 days, but none of the houses, building, or rooms he had been in earlier were replete with resources. They lacked doors and windows, and every necessity had already been looted. This radio station was nothing short of a treasure chest, making Joseph realize his luck. After a few minutes of tinkering with the generator, he somehow managed to get it running, the faint hum of electricity filling the air at once. He placed his flashlight back inside, tears stinging his eyes at having something as basic as electricity. He went back upstairs, his gaze searching impatiently for the radio on the desk. And just as he had expected, the radio flickered to life, its dials glowing faintly. This was it. Without wasting a single minute, he began to meddle with the controls, adjusting the frequency of the device to suit him. Although, that was the moment he noticed something that shocked him. The radio was not just picking up static, but Joseph could see that the old-fashioned device was actually receiving a signal. How was that even possible? Joseph was immensely confused and highly shocked. The faint, rhythmic beeping of the radio felt like the beating heart of a human as Joseph stared at it, unsure of what it meant. He breathed in deeply, turning the dial, trying his best to isolate the source, but the signal was extremely weak. He looked around, realizing how the signal was definitely coming from somewhere inside the tower. His curiosity got the better of him, and he knew he would never be able to rest without exploring further. This radio has been the only good thing which had happened to him in days, and he would never let this one opportunity slip away from him. He immediately began searching the building, using his flashlight to scan every corner of the building since all the other bulbs were fused. Just as he was about to return back to front area after finding nothing in the back room, his foot slightly tipped on a loose floorboard, making him tip off his balance. Immediately unsure of what that meant, Joseph tapped on the floorboard several times, realizing how it seemed as if everything inside was hollow. What was that? He wondered, his eyebrows furrowing. Taking a deep sigh, Joseph went down on his knees, carefully beginning to probe at the loosened screws of the floorboard. He was absolutely certain that someone else before him had definitely opened and closed this floorboard quite often, due to how much more worn out it was than all the other boards in the room. Once the screws had been pulled away, Joseph removed the wooden barrier, his shock increasing when instead of simply finding something hidden in the room, he instead found an entire staircase leading downstairs. A note was attached to the top stair, and Joseph immediately tore it off, pulling it into the light to read. If you are reading this, you have found the key to your survival. It is about time you find out the truth. Take the staircase and come straight downstairs. The secrets are buried deeper, much deeper than you can ever think or imagine. Joseph's heart raced at the message, unsure of what it meant. A small device was placed by the note, which was exactly what had been catching the signal on the radio. Every part of his body wanted to take the stairs and explore what was down there, but his flashlight only revealed a sprawling staircase with no ground in sight. It seemed as if the stairs were going straight into the earth, and Joseph was scared to find out what might be hidden there. However, he knew that staying here while knowing fully well that there was something waiting for him underneath would make him regret this decision his whole life. He was tired of living like a nomad, scavenging for supplies and fighting for survival. The tower had brought him hope. And this staircase, no matter how terrifying it might seem, was part of the tower building. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Joseph stopped thinking and finally stepped foot on the narrow and steep staircase below him. The air began to grow colder as he continued to descend, still finding no end in sight. The whole thing felt like a trap, an elaborate plan designed to lure people to their doom. Despite the fear in his heart, he still looked forward to finding out the truth. The note had promised a revelation of secrets, and Joseph wanted to know what was going on. As he continued to descend, faint white light began to appear from down below, which only became brighter the more Joseph came closer to the core of the earth. Still caught up in the fever of the dream, which was unfolding before him, he finally stepped foot on solid ground, the staircase ending at last. A massive underground facility sprawled before him, the lights so bright he was almost blinded by their impressiveness. The walls were lined with steel, and the floor was covered in what appeared to be normal ground. Joseph looked up, shocked to find an earthen sky spreading above him. It felt as if he had made his way down into the earth, but he was still on the surface. Or perhaps everything before him was just an illusion, to make him believe he was still on Earth. He walked further, his eyes widening as the massive facility opened into a vast landscape, the sight before him appearing to be something out of a futuristic movie. The cars were flying, and animals were moving about, appearing prim and perfect. He could see people who looked just like him, but were clearly different. They saw him, but did not register his presence, as if he was invisible to them. All the men were tall and handsome, and all the women feminine and beautiful. What was even more jarring was how everyone was young. Joseph could not see a single person who might be old in the entire area, or even a single child. He rubbed his eyes and pinched his skin, hoping to step out of the dream, but he was rudely shocked when it all remained a reality. His reality. It seemed as if he had landed into an alternate world, a world which had already stepped into the future. "Joseph?" He almost screamed as someone called out his name from behind him, forcing him to turn around. It was a woman, just as young and beautiful as the rest. "What is this? And who are you?" he asked, terrified of what might become of him. "I am Katana. I left the note for you at the top stair in the radio station. I already knew you were going to find it and come here. But I am still glad you made it. We have been looking forward to seeing you." Joseph continued to stare at her dumbly, shaking his head at the entire thing. "How do you know my name?" he finally asked, even though he had a million other questions as well. "I know you are confused, Joseph, and you are thinking quite a lot of things, but I promise you that I will explain everything if you follow me. Do you trust me enough to be the person who reveals these secrets to you, Joseph?" she asked, her voice sounding fluttery and perfect, as if she was not a human, but a robot instead. "I don't even know you," Joseph replied, a part of him wishing to take the stairs back to the radio station and spending the rest of his life without ever discovering that floorboard. "You don't know anyone here, Joseph," she answered, maintaining her ever-present smile. The way she continued to take his name after every sentence creeped him, causing goosebumps to appear on his skin. He did not know what any of this meant, but he still needed to find out. If Katana was the one who had guided him here, she was also going to be the one who could send him back. Joseph wondered if he could run out through the facility and up the staircase, but as if on cue, the facility behind them sealed itself, disappearing entirely. "How the hell did that happen?" Joseph shouted, beginning to feel frustrated at the shocks he was receiving with every passing minute. "I can tell you everything if you follow me, Joseph," Katana replied, still unperturbed. "Okay," Joseph replied, nodding. He wanted to know what this place was in order to return to his own world. Katana led him through the metropolis of the futuristic city he was witnessing before his very eyes, crossing the roads which were devoid of traffic and the skies which were full of it. The two of them continued to walk, but not one person turned to look at Joseph curiously or seemed to wonder why he looked so different from the rest of them. Compared to the people here, Joseph was older, sweaty, and definitely dirty. His clothes were unwashed, and his face must be streaked with dirt. He would have felt self-conscious if he had not been feeling invisible. Katana finally stopped walking, opening a door. She stepped aside, allowing Joseph to enter first. "Welcome to Project Lazarus, Joseph," she said from behind him, while the glass doors closed automatically. "Project what?" Joseph asked, frowning at the term. "Joseph, do you believe that the virus which wiped humanity from the face of Earth was natural?" Katana asked, leaning against the desk placed in the almost furniture-less room. "Was it not?" Joseph asked in reply, unable to understand where this conversation was leading them. "No." Katana smiled, continuing to speak. When the wars began to grow more rampant, a few scientists knew perfectly well that the world was going to come to an end sooner or later. Hence, they worked diligently on Project Lazarus, creating an underground futuristic city. Several human beings were already administered into the project before the virus was ever released on Earth, and they became the first ones to inhabit the city. They helped us in building everything, From flying cars to soaring trains to automated rain and snow systems and sustainable crops. Everything in the city was done by the first inhabitants, who were clearly chosen from the best of the best on Earth and brought here. Best of the best? Joseph interjected, chuckling at the statement. Project Lazarus was being built for the elite, by the elite, Joseph, Katana said, no longer smiling. She continued to speak. Once the city was ready, we were the ones who released the virus on Earth to remove humanity because it was filled with weak people who were not meant to stay alive. What do you mean? Joseph was shocked at the revelation, realizing that the virus was administered by humans on humans. It means that we needed to bring people to our city, and the only way of doing it was by releasing the virus. The weaklings died first, leaving the ones who were strong enough to survive. And that is how we began to bring people to the city, Joseph. It is survival of the fittest for us, and only the elites can survive, Katana explained, standing up straight. The radio station is the final step of the game. The chosen ones reach the station and find the radio, fire it up, and catch the signal, which leads them straight to us. That is how you know you have won this game of survival. So I have been chosen? Joseph asked, his anger and shock multiplying. These people had built a city from their own will, and had then gone on to end happy families out of their own will as well. He still could not believe it. Yes. Katana nodded, continuing. I have been following your journey for weeks now, and you are strong, determined, and resilient. Now that you are here, we will make you younger and better looking, and then you shall be one of us. I am sure you are looking forward to it, Joseph. No, Joseph said, his expressions wild. No? What do you mean? Katana's smile faded as she stared at him, as if she could have never imagined Joseph's denial. I wish to return to Earth rather than become a part of this. I am afraid that is not possible, Joseph, Katana replied, smiling while she talked. You are now a part of the elite, and we will make sure you become one of us. Joseph scoffed, stepping towards the door to leave, but a pinch in his neck immediately made him stop. He turned around, finding Katana standing behind him with a needle in her hand. The last thing he remembered before fainting was her perfect smiling face, which seemed as if it was never going to age a single day. And then everything turned to darkness. The mountains were completely silent, devoid of any human sound imaginable. The only sound that broke the silence was the cavernous echo of Mia's own voice when she dared to speak. She stood on the porch of her cabin, her hands, which had once been soft, calloused from years of hard work as her eyes continued to scan across the horizon, spreading before her. The world had already ended years ago, leaving nothing and no one. Yet here, in this secluded valley she now called home, Mia had somehow managed to build a life for herself, a frugal, self-sufficient life. Mia smiled to herself, knowing fully well how proud Jenny would be if she saw Mia right now. Young, beautiful Jenny, who had been Mia's best friend in the whole wide world when things had been relatively better. Jenny had been Amish, and while Mia had grown up in the modern world like most people, Jenny had still taught her everything she knew today. If Mia had somehow been able to survive in this post-apocalyptic wasteland and have a semblance of a life, it was all because of Jenny. Jenny had taught her how to live off the land, build things with her own two hands, and how to find the happiness in the art of living simply. When the apocalypse had first come, the world descended into a manic chaos. The undead had appeared in the midst of the world without any warnings, killing everyone left and right. Mia had seen everyone she loved die before her very eyes, including Jenny, her beautiful best friend. As people were being killed left and right, her only chance to escape was to flee. Hence, Mia had chosen to flee to the mountains the first chance she got, finding safety in the depth of a secluded valley. All she was armed with were the supplies she had somehow managed to scavenge, and everything Jenny had taught her, while the two of them were still alive. Well, and together. Only that helped her in building the cabin where she lived now, surrounded by a thriving farm, a few livestock who helped her, and a secret network of hidden tunnels that only she knew about. She had never been found, not yet at least. But if the undead ventured past the main cities in sight of more flesh and more people, they might come for her. She was not ready to give up everything she had built for herself, but she knew she wouldn't need to. She had taken every possible measure to secure herself from any possible attacks that might come her way. Hence, even if the undead somehow found her, trying to destroy the peace she had attained for herself, she was ready. Mia was not one to give up easily. Jenny had taught her better. As she stared ahead of her, the fog-ridden landscape appearing like a silent storm, waiting to unravel, something in her gut indicated danger. She had always been blessed with a truly powerful sixth sense, and today, a part of her mind continued to tick. Frowning deeply, unsure of whether trusting her heart was a good idea or not, Mia went back inside her cabin, smiling at the simple life she had managed to build for herself. Her cabin was a testament to her frugal lifestyle, but Mia was happy with everything she had. The walls were made of hand-hewn logs, which she had shaped from her own two hands. The roof of cedar shingles had been split by her as well, the strength and effort it required, almost killing her. She had been exhausted beyond belief, but she knew it was necessary. A small garden stretched out behind the cabin, filled entirely with rows of vegetables and herbs that she had grown herself. As a typical city girl, she had never known anything about gardening, but it was Jenny who had forced her to grow a green thumb. She had taught Mia the art of growing flowers and useful vegetables. The only reason Mia knew anything about medicinal herbs or growing tomatoes was because of Jenny and the effort she had put into teaching Mia these things. Mia never understood why had Jenny wanted her to learn these things, but Jenny always claimed how it was simply because learning how to live on your own was necessary. Mia only wished she could thank her best friend for all that she had done. Just beside the garden stood the chicken coop, where birds clucked constantly. If Mia was still the person she was before the apocalypse, she would have hated the constant clucking. But now, the sound was music to her voice, starved ears. Every chicken was a friend, their voices full of meaning. If only a person learned to listen closely, anything could be music. Beyond the garden and the coop, a field of wheat swayed in the breeze, and a small orchard bore fruit in the summer. This was what Mia's life had turned into, a simple setup of everything she could build and grow for herself. Inside the cabin, the air was warm and inviting. The place might have been small, but Mia had learned to keep it neat and uncluttered. A wood-burning stove sat in one corner, the fire crackling softly. It threw the place in orange hues, giving Mia a sense of peace, calm, and comfort. A line of shelves was built on the walls just beside it, filled with jars of preserved food Mia had managed to scavenge and collect. It also contained handmade tools and books about farming and survival. Once she had planned about what she needed to do, Mia had raided an abandoned bookstore, trying to find every book that might turn out to be helpful. From a girl who never picked up a book in the technological world, she had turned into an avid reader. A spinning wheel stood in one corner of the well-kept cabin, a half-finished skein of wool resting on it. Mia had learned to spin her own yarn from Jenny during the time Jenny had been on a mission to train Mia in anything and everything. Now, she possessed the talent of making her own clothes in simple, light, and breathable fabrics. How the tables had turned. It was still hard to believe. Despite all the work she had put into building her life here, she still believed that her most impressive creation was hidden beneath the cabin in the form of a network of tunnels. The network of tunnels had taken her quite some time to construct, until Mia was finally happy with them. They ingeniously led to various points on her own property, giving her the chance of disappearing from one place and appearing in another. She had dug them all by her own self, using nothing but a shovel and all the strength God had given her. She knew if the time came, and she ever needed it, they were going to be her escape route, her only lifeline in any case of extreme danger. And something told Mia that danger was definitely not too far. She shook her head, pushing away all such thoughts before getting back to work. Something in her heart told her that things were not right, but she could not stop life on the farm based on nothing but a whim. Ignoring everything, she lit the stove to prepare a simple meal of eggs from her chicken and the bread she had baked herself the day before. She could have never thought that a handmade breakfast was going to be so much more rewarding than a cup of Starbucks for her someday, and had definitely never thought she would ever give up her caffeine addiction. But now, she knew how tough times taught a person everything they needed to know. Once breakfast was done, she quickly tended to her little garden, removing excess weeds one after the other. Few vegetables needed to be harvested before they were over-ripened, and Mia quickly went about plucking them. Following her daily routine, she went on to check on the chicken, collected their eggs, and fed them scraps from the garden the way she did every day. It was still surprising to her how farm life came about in a circle. Nothing was considered to be wastage, as everything was useful for one thing or the other. Mia smiled at the thought while heading to her orchard to pick apples, her mind wandering as she worked on it. Something about her fears regarding the undead finding her sooner or later always led her to Jenny. If Jenny was here, she would have understood the source of Mia's fears, since she was the only person who ever resonated with Mia. When the world had fallen apart, Jenny had wanted to flee to the mountains along with Mia, but the plan had failed. The undead had killed Jenny, wishing to tear her body into pieces, but Mia had not let it happen. She had brought Jenny with her to the mountains, just as her best friend had wished, and had buried her under the only living tree in the place at that time. Whenever Mia felt as if she was too alone, or felt as if life had lost all meaning and purpose, she walked towards Jenny's grave and spent hours talking to her. Lately, that was the only thing which calmed Mia down. Her sense of purposelessness kept growing, as if her own life had come to a standstill. What was she going to do now? She continued to work on the apple tree when a familiar sound caught Mia's attention. The sound of a low, guttural growl. Her hand froze, tightening around the handle of her shovel. It was a sound she had not heard in months, or perhaps years, and had definitely never hoped to hear it again. Yet she had known it would be delusional to believe that she would be able to escape it entirely. The undead were not gone, but had only increased in number, spreading all around the world, one day at a time. One day or the other, she was bound to be discovered. The sound came again, and Mia's hand shivered awfully, making her drop the shovel. The sound came again, much closer this time, forcing Mia's heartbeat to accelerate at an impossibly frightening rate. She knew that sound like the back of her hand. She understood their numbers and the hunger they possessed in them. Mia knew it was not a single undead, but an army of them, and she was all alone against them. It was time. Dropping the apples and everything else, she ran back to her cabin, her mind racing in fear. It was not as if Mia had never faced the undead before, but she had not fought with even one of them for a little over a year. Moreover, she had never encountered one of them this close to her home, or from the looks it actually inside her home. She sighed deeply, grabbing her rifle from the porch while she scanned the tree line for any sight of them. They were already on her property, and it would only take them a few minutes to appear before her. She stood at one corner of the window, hiding herself behind the curtain, while continuing to stare outside. Their growls grew louder and more frantic, and they finally appeared. Mia's eyes widened as she saw them, a horde of the undead, with their twisted forms and unhuman faces. They looked gray and dirty, their bodies starved for flesh and blood. Mia knew the reason they had ventured past the city and into the mountains was hunger alone, and if they somehow caught Mia, they would tear her apart to pieces, perhaps devouring her alive. She needed to do something. Mia took a deep breath without hesitating even once, and finally fired a shot. Her shot had improved quite a lot since she had started to hunt animals for food and took one of the undead down, but they only continued to creep towards her further. There were too many of them, and she definitely couldn't fight them all. The only choice she had left was escape. It was time the tunnels were brought to use at last. Running inside the cabin at top speed, Mia grabbed a lantern placed on one of the shelves, lighting it through the blazing fire in her wooden stove. Carefully scanning the door to the cabin, Mia noticed they were still at some distance and lifted the carpet to reveal the trap door, which was hiding underneath. The trapdoor leading to the tunnels was her only chance at finding escape and safety. Lifting the door, Mia climbed downstairs into the opening of the tunnel, closely sealing the opening behind her. She had even managed to make an artificial patch of wooden floor to attach to the opening, so even if the undead found the trapdoor, they would still never be able to continue down into the tunnels. The tunnels were dark and narrow, but Mia knew them as well as everything else she knew on her property. Even if she did not need to tend to them or visit them every day, she was still the one who had built them and could very easily navigate them in the darkness. She knew perfectly well that which opening led to which part on her property and could reach wherever she needed. But while the undead were still inside, Mia could not do anything. She had to stay hidden. Sighing deeply, Mia moved quickly underneath the cabin, her lantern casting flickering shadows on the walls around her. That was enough light for her to see. A loud reverberation shook her, the sound of footsteps echoing through the tunnel. It was indication enough for Mia that the undead had reached inside her cabin, their loud growls reaching her even down below. Their sharp claws echoed through the tunnels, making Mia fear for her life. She didn't want to think about what would have happened if she hadn't built these tunnels. Without the tunnels, she would have had no chance to escape in any way possible. She would have been caught. But this was not the time to stand and reflect. The sounds of breaking and shattering reached her. She could tell the undead were destroying everything. It did not come as much of a surprise, since she had already seen houses raided by the undead before, each one of them far worse than the last. They ruined everything which came in their way, and Mia could already foresee what they might do to her beautiful cabin. Her breath was coming in ragged gasps as fear gripped her, but despite that, Mia kept moving. Finally, she reached the far end of the tunnel, which also served as the main exit from her property. Now that all the undead had crossed the valley to get inside, Mia was certain the exit would be entirely empty. Her heart pounded as she pushed the tunnel door open, climbing back out into the open air. The undead had certainly already gone past the place, their stampede having ruined the smaller crops growing there. What was she going to do? Mia wondered, unsure of how to manage the whole situation. She stood at the edge of the forest, her rifle held firmly in her hands. Even from the distance, the sound of shattering, tearing, and breaking was echoing through the mountains, breaking Mia's heart, piece by piece. They were still in the cabin but had not found the tunnel, and in that moment, it was the only thing which made Mia ecstatic. Everything she had worked so hard towards was being broken by them. The crops and fruit orchards already destroyed. They killed everything in their wake, and Mia's cabin was just another thing to break. She still had a tiny bit of hope left, that perhaps, just perhaps, she might be able to return. As if on cue, a large roaring fire began to blaze from inside her cabin, shocking Mia to the core. Right before her eyes, her cottage was burning, and there was nothing she could do. She could not fight so many of them all alone. But she might have already needed to move away, since the undead had seen this place, and would definitely have continued to return again and again. They might have even inherited the jungles nearby, coming and going as they pleased. Mia needed to run. She knew she couldn't stay there. The undead would eventually find her if she did. She had to move on to find a new place and start over from scratch. As she stared at her burning cabin, she felt a pang of sadness, remembering all the hours she had put into making it a perfect home for herself. This had been her sanctuary, and now it was completely gone. Since she had built it with her own two hands, she felt a deeper sense of attachment to it, not wanting it to be destroyed in this manner. She finally understood what Jenny meant when she had told Mia how things from the land were closer to the heart. Mia knew. She knew everything at last, and it was all because of Jenny. She took a deep breath, ready to leave the place behind. But Mia was a survivor. She had learned to live frugally to make do with what she had, and she would do it all over again if she needed to, for herself and for Jenny. She would find a new valley, a new mountain, and she would build a new life for herself, just as Jenny would have wanted her to, just as Jenny would have done herself. Jenny would have not lost hope, and Mia won't either. She finally had a new purpose, and just like last time, she would not let her best friend down. It was time for a new beginning. The blue of the calm ocean stretched out in every direction around Robert, an endless expanse of water under a cloudless sky. He stood on the deck of the oil rig, continuing to stare ahead. For a person who had never truly enjoyed being on the water, he had come to find the calmness of the massive ocean quite comfortable. The rig had very quickly turned into his fortress, his sanctuary, his home. It might have simply been out of necessity, but he had something he could potentially label as his own in this post-apocalyptic world. And that was all that mattered. A little piece of earth, or more appropriately of the sea, for himself in the middle of this wasteland. It had been his home for 1 whole year now, being the only place where he could live in relative safety, far away from the horrors of the mainland. Everyone who was still alive today already knew the importance of living on sea. It had taken all of them time to understand that the undead could not swim, and they definitely had no concept of navigating any boats or ships. Those who had understood this early on had escaped quickly, and Robert was one of them. Just a few months into the apocalypse which had tainted their world, he had run to the sea, trying to find something he could call home. This simple knowledge had saved his life, even if surviving on sea had never been easy. At first, he had tried his best to find a boat or a ship, and had finally managed to find a small boat with a single room. But Robert had soon discovered it was not practical. He couldn't stay too close to the shore, and a boat was extremely unsafe in the deep waters. It was easily destroyable in heavy storms or by large ships, and both of those were in abundance. Storms caused him problems even on the rig, but it was comparatively safer. The rig still felt like solid ground and helped Robert stay composed. The boat, on the other hand, had been a suicide sentence. He still had the occasional, or perhaps the only problem, of dealing with raiders or pirates, who were out there in abundance as well. But Robert knew dealing with a human enemy was much safer than dealing with the army of the undead. And that was exactly what was waiting for him on Earth. On the sea, he had himself and the strength he possessed in his heart. After 6 months at the boat, he had been sick to his stomach and had decided to leave. The oil rig had been a miraculous find, and one Robert could only advocate to God shining his light upon him. Nothing else could have led him to this part of the sea, and for the oil rig to appear before him like magic. And now, it was all his home. He still kept the boat with himself for when he needed to venture back on land for more supplies. But other than that, he had turned the oil rig into a self-sufficient heaven. He had managed to learn how to grow food here, had started to collect rainwater to drink, and most importantly, had fortified the place against any real danger, which included pirates and raiders alone. But no ship had come his way for a few months now. Robert turned around with a smile on his face, turning to look in the other direction, when his gaze widened at what was before him. It almost felt as if he himself had jinxed his peace. A ship suddenly appeared far away on the horizon, large and elite. Its sails were billowing in the wind, making Robert realize how large it looked from the distance, which only meant it was going to be even bigger up close. That was nothing but trouble. A ship this large was only acquired by pirates who were ruthless raiders and took everything in sight and never had any trouble in killing the person they had captured. He needed to make sure they could not find him. The pirates were the last people he wanted to encounter on such a peaceful day, and Robert had no wishes to die. He sighed deeply, remembering the early days of the apocalypse while he was still living on the coastal city. The virus had hit them, turning people into mindless, flesh-hungry monsters. The streets had turned into a death trap, and all Robert had wanted was to get out of there in any way possible. All he had carried with him was a backpack full of supplies, a rifle, and an inflatable raft while setting out in the unknown. He had been lucky to find the boat and then the rig, and there was no way in hell he was going to give it all up just because of these pirates. He needed to do something. He had seen and done it all. He had gone days without food, and then days with only rainwater and canned food. He had no clue how to survive the awful storms which came into the sea on his boat, and had found refuge on the massive oil rig, which rose out in the water like a steel giant. Robert had seen how it was abandoned, its crew having long gone. Robert had climbed aboard at once, his heart pounding with hope. The rig had seemed like a treasure trove of supplies to him at the time, full of fuel, tools, and enough space on it to build a whole new life for himself. And that was exactly what he had done. In the past 1 year, he had transformed the rig into a thriving sanctuary. He had built a greenhouse on the deck by using salvaged glass and plastic, to create a controlled environment for growing vegetables. The seeds were something he had collected on one of his supply runs in the main city and had been surprised to find just what he needed in the abandoned plant nursery. After rigging up a rainwater collection system, he had started to funnel that water into storage tanks. He had no idea how his mind had worked in such a smart way, but the stored water helped him in months when there was no rain. In the rain with months, he simply continued collecting water diligently for later use. He had even set up a small chicken coop, bringing tiny birds with him on the rig from the city and growing them up all by himself. He had never thought of himself as a guy who could raise chickens, but the apocalypse had turned him into one. From an Olympic-level swimming athlete, he had turned into a guy living on an oil rig in the midst of a zombie apocalypse who was raising chickens for eggs and meat, along with some vegetables, in his self-made greenhouse. If someone had told him 2 years ago this was going to happen, he would have never believed them. But it had somehow happened, and Robert had turned into that guy. But he regretted none of it. He simply did what he needed to do to survive. Out of everything he had managed, the real challenge had always been defending the rig. He had actively worked to fortify the lower levels, his work getting easier when he had come across a perfectly working welding machine. He had welded steel plates over the entrances and had set up traps to deter any possible intruders. He had also built a lookout tower right by his own room, where he spent hours scanning the horizon for signs of danger. Throughout this 1 year, his days had always been filled with hard work, but he did not mind. He had always been a tinkerer, problem solver, and someone who enjoyed working as much as he could. The rig was just his ultimate project, his survival game. Every day brought new challenge for him, including simple things such as fixing a broken pump, or repairing a leak in the greenhouse, or simply fending off seagulls who actively tried to steal his crops. But Robert thrived on the work. He had no one to talk to and nothing else to do. Life had come to a standstill, and all his energy was focused on staying alive one way or the other. His only passion in life was swimming, and except for doing that once a week or so, he dedicated all his time to the rig. The rig which brought him comfort, hope, and safety. He had begun to thrive on the work because it gave him a sense of purpose, a reason to keep living. He often thought of the friends he had left behind and the family that had died in front of him. He wondered if any of his friends had survived, but he tried not to dwell too much on it. The past was gone, and emotions would only bring back memories he had no time to hold on to. The rig was his future, and no matter what happened, he would not let these pirates, or any pirates, take that away from him. He hurried to the lookout room, raising the binoculars he had salvaged from the rig to scan the horizon. The ship was still far enough from him for Robert to make any and all arrangements for himself, but it was coming closer steadily. The sails were clear as day, and Robert could see it was heading straight towards the oil rig. His mind raced, remembering all the stories he had heard about pirates. They were nothing but ruthless marauders who roamed the sea while preying on innocent survivors. They would stop at nothing to steal supplies, and they showed no mercy to those stood in their way. Robert did not wish to be a victim, and for that, he would need to make a way to defend himself and his rig. He was not going to give up his sanctuary. Robert did not have much time on his hands. He quickly ran to the lower levels of the rig where he kept the weapons he had managed to secure for his own protection. It included the rifle he got from home, a crossbow he had found on a dead survivor back in the city, and a few homemade explosives. He loaded up and headed back to the deck, his heart pounding wildly with fear and anticipation. He had no idea how the next few hours would unfold, But he knew courage could tip the odds in his favor, and he was going to do just that. The ship was much closer now, close enough for Robert to see the figures on board. There were at least a dozen of them, clearly armed to teeth. Their loud voices were caught up in shouts, which carried across the water and straight to Robert. He could hear that they were indeed heading for the oil rig, probably in hope of finding supplies. There was no way in hell he could fight them all, which only meant he would need to be smart. For these situations exactly, he had already prepared beforehand by setting up a series of traps all around the rig. The traps ranged from tripwires connected to flares, to oil slicks that could be ignited, and a few well-placed explosives by the entrances. He quickly went around, ensuring all the traps were set and in working condition, ready to deter anyone who would try to enter the oil rig. Once he was satisfied, he took up position in his lookout tower, his rifle trained directly on the ship. His heart rate accelerated once the ship was close enough, the pirates finally reading the rig, their ship pulling up alongside it. They threw grappling hooks onto the deck and began to climb aboard quickly. Robert waited until they were all on the rig. Then he triggered the traps all at once. He was doing exactly what he needed to do, and all he wanted was for these pirates to fall for it. All at once, the flares lit up the deck, collectively blinding the pirates. The oil slicks ignited right after, sending bright flames shooting in the air. The group of pirates screaming, scrambling to put the fires away. Robert knew he had caught them when they least expected it, and their vulnerability had turned into his power. He took advantage of the chaos from their end, aiming his rifle in a way that he could shoot straight. One by one, Robert began shooting them, taking them with his rifle. But just as he had expected, they immediately became alert after the first 3 people fell down into the sea after being shot dead. The ones who were left quickly took out their own weapons and tried to find the direction of the shooter. Robert could see their confusion on their faces, and he had the feeling they might not be able to discover him so easily. But he was not going to give up. He knew he could not hold them off forever, since they were bound to venture inside the rig and try to find him. As a last resort, he grabbed a homemade explosive, hurled it at the pirates, and dove for cover. The loud, wild explosion rocked the rig completely, sending debris flying in all directions around them. Just as the dust settled, Robert noticed how almost all of them lay dead or had fallen into the water. But footsteps on the lower levels indicated someone was inside. His ears continued to rig from the explosion, but his enemy was still there. He needed to do something. Grabbing the crossbow and rifle, he stepped out of his lookout tower and jumped straight into the water from the deck. Being an Olympic-level swimmer, he enjoyed jumping into water from tall distances and was quite equipped at holding himself in it. He knew the pirate, or pirates, however many of them had managed to come on the rig, must be upstairs now, looking angrily for him. Robert swam quickly to the little tuck by the rig, where his boat was hiding from anyone who might see, and jumped inside, holding the bow and rifle close. He ventured out slightly, finding one of them staring out from the deck. Without wasting a single minute, Robert shot the crossbow, hitting the man right across his forehead. He fell dead within seconds. As the other man came just behind him, he met the same fate. A part of his heart told Robert that he had somehow managed to take them all, just by being smart and active. But he still did not wish to risk anything. He stayed on his boat for the next 30 minutes, waiting for any movements he might see or hear. But there was nothing. How could that be even possible? How had he just managed to kill 12 people without being hurt in return? It almost sounded unreal. but he had somehow managed to achieve it. And he was still in shock. Breathing a sigh of relief, Robert swam out of the boat, but instead of heading to the rig, he went straight for the pirate ship and hopped aboard. The ship was as massive from the inside as it was from the outside, and to Robert's shock, it was loaded with supplies. He could not take it all in. The cabin, which was being used as storage, contained food cans, water bottles, medicine supplies, weapons, and everything else Robert might need for the next 2 years. It almost seemed a little too good to be true. He had not only managed to kill 12 pirates, but had also managed to secure their ship. Their ship, which was stocked to the brim with all kinds of supplies. He was in complete, utter shock. Taking a deep breath, Robert returned to the rig, heading straight for the top where the 2 dead pirates lay. He threw their bodies in the sea below, not wanting any reminders of the awful thing that had just happened. He never had any desire to kill them, but in the battle of the fittest in this post-apocalyptic world, you either needed to kill or you got killed by someone else. And Robert knew better than letting the pirates kill him. He was not that weak, never had been. The rig had turned into a mess all around him, with bloodstains and fallen debris. Moreover, all his traps were gone and used, which meant he would need to make and set them up anew. He went to check on his chickens, who appeared safe and unshaken, except for a few ruffled feathers, and Robert's presence clearly calmed them, so they stopped clucking too loud. His greenhouse was safe, the glass still intact. But most importantly, he was still alive, breathing, unscathed, and victorious. That was the most unbelievable, and the part he was the most grateful about. The rig might have been ruined, but it was still standing. Over the next few weeks, he would need to resecure all the locks, doors, and traps, and transfer the supplies from the ship to his sanctuary, and somehow manage to send the ship away. Or perhaps he could use the ship to scare away any potential looters in the future. But all of that was for later. Today, he had already done everything he could do. He disappeared into the rig, his silhouette fading against the steel beams. The wind carried his footsteps away, leaving soft silence behind him. Somewhere in the distance, there were other pirates, and the world was still full of the undead, but Robert was safe and sound, concealed in his very own sanctuary. He had nothing to worry about, at least now, right now. The docks were eerily silent, the only sound around being the lapping of waves against the concrete piers. Samantha moved cautiously, alert with attention. From a young woman who had always been lost in the moment, she had turned into a woman who was always ready to kill or run. That was what the apocalypse had turned her into. But again, that was the price of survival. Her boots crunched on broken glass and debris as she walked ahead on the military base, which had been overrun months ago. The once bustling grounds of the military base were now brimming with abandoned vehicles and skeletal remains of those who had lost their lives fighting the zombies. But Samantha wasn't here to mourn the past. Most of these men had died fighting the zombies, trying to protect their city. But Samantha already knew how miserably they had failed. But all of that was history from ages ago. It had been 2 years since Samantha had been on the run, surviving every day in the apocalypse she had been caught up in like everyone else. And she wished to continue surviving. As she continued to walk ahead under the open sky, looking for anything that might provide shelter, her gaze fell on the submarine moored at the far end of the dock. It appeared massive, the dark hull glinting in pale sunlight. USS Vanguard, which must be the name of the submarine, was painted in bold letters on one side, the paint now chipped and faded with neglect. Samantha's heart raced as she stared at it, realizing how much help the submarine could be. It was perfect shelter and would provide her with security, make her self-sufficient, and most importantly, keep her away from the zombies. There was no way the creatures could claw past the thick walls of a submarine, no matter how much they tried. And one person would not be worth the effort for them anyway. Samantha glanced over her shoulder, her hand tightening around the handle of her machete. She knew the zombies might not be with her on the military base right now, but they were still all around her, their groans reaching her from across the walls of the boundaries spreading around her. Another thing which made her feel safe about reaching and surviving in the submarine was the knowledge that the zombies could not swim, and they would certainly not come to chase her in a boat. If they had no way of reaching her, it would only mean she would stay safe no matter what. Taking a deep breath, Samantha sprinted towards the submarine, her backpack bouncing against her shoulders as she did so. She had survived for a very long time on her own, and she was not about to let the zombies take her now. Despite only being an English teacher in a high school before the apocalypse had hit them, she had proved her resilience as the terrible time had unfolded. Her parents were long gone already, and she had no siblings to care for. Hence, it was just her, and she had done quite well for herself. Just like every other survivor out there, she had lost a lot of friends since the beginning of the apocalypse, but that was not something she could dwell upon for too long. It was how life worked in this madness. You lost people and moved on without having the time to grieve them, since mourning meant death. The zombies were everywhere, and one constantly needed to be on the move. Taking a deep breath, she finally raced to the submarine through the dock, which led her towards the giant metal body, which was suspended in shallow water, being held stationary through handles at the bottom. She opened the door, using all the strength she possessed in her body, and finally ventured inside the darkness. Using her flashlight, Samantha noticed that the submarine was a labyrinth of narrow corridors and cramped compartments. But to Samantha, it was a palace. It was going to be her home. The next few weeks were spent in exploring every inch of her new discovery, as she learned the systems inside and tried to make them work for her own as well as she could. The control room became her command center, its banks of monitors and controls now repurposed for her needs. She had always been good with technology, and even though a submarine was rather complicated, Samantha managed to find manuals in the control room, which helped her quite a lot. She could now use the large cameras located on the outside to suspect her surroundings and make sure she knew what was happening outside, even while she was inside, and completely safe. The galley was already stocked with canned food and bottled water, and Samantha, too, had an abundance of scavenged supplies. Collectively, she knew it would last her for a few months in the least. She had even managed to get the desalination system working again, which actively turned seawater into fresh drinking water. Samantha herself could never believe on how much she had accomplished in just a couple weeks, but she had truly turned the submarine into her sanctuary. The place fulfilled all of her needs, making her feel comfortable inside it. The real challenge had been to secure the submarine, because despite all of the positive factors it held, Samantha knew she could still very well get attacked there. The zombies had an overdeveloped sense of smell, and they knew when a human was around. If they ventured onto the base, they would easily find her. In order to ensure safety, she had welded the hatches shut, leaving only one single entrance, which was nothing but a narrow access hatch on the top deck of the submarine. She had rigged up a series of alarms and traps to alert her of any intruders that might come her way. She wanted to keep both the zombies and other living survivors away from her. Each day she spent hours scanning the docks through the periscope, watching for any signs of danger she might come across. Despite the constant threat of the zombies looming over her head, she had still managed to thrive. She had turned the submarine into a home, filling it with books she had scavenged from the base's library and small comforts like blankets and candles, which she had managed to find around the city. In order to keep track of her time and days, she continued writing the journal she had been writing since she was just a little girl. This documentation of her thoughts and experiences helped her stay grounded, making sure the apocalypse kept feeling real. It was her only way of staying sane and holding on to her humanity in the midst of the chaos which surrounded her life entirely. Her days had developed a routine she was beginning to enjoy, bringing her a sense of peace and calmness. She had always enjoyed routine, which was why working as an English teacher in a high school had been good for her. Now, in the middle of the apocalypse, she had resumed that routine, which made her feel a little bit like her old self again. She woke up at dawn every single day and diligently checked the periscope for any signs of movement. Once that was done, and she was sure that nothing had breached her sanctuary during the night or day, she spent the morning tending to her supplies. In one of the storage compartments, she had managed to set up a small garden using the plants she had found around the base. She remembered the experiment her students were doing of using lights to grow plants and had tried to make it work for her as well. She used grow lights and hydroponics to grow vegetables, and even though it was not much, but it was enough to supplement her diet as much as it possibly could. She had lost a lot of weight since the apocalypse had begun, but so had everyone else. It was impossible to care much about nutrition when the entire world had been torn apart. In the afternoons, she ventured carefully out onto the docks, scavenging for any other supplies she could find around her. The base was an excellent place to look for things, since it contained almost anything she might need. And the best part of it was that most of the places were still unlooted, making it even easier for Samantha. It was still dangerous work, but Samantha had become an expert at moving silently and staying out of sight. She had learned to read the patterns of the zombies as they moved around and was now adept at predicting their movements, which helped her avoid them. Noticing them for a very long time had taught her that they only came out to hunt for a few hours in the middle of the night, and that was when they were at their most active. During the day, they were slightly dull, and defeating them was easiest. Hence, venturing out at night was suicide, but during the day, Samantha could still defeat them. She was enjoying the silence which had become a part of her life, and wanted things to remain that way. But it would be delusional for her to believe that she would remain unfound. Samantha woke up at her usual time, quickly scanning the area through her periscope. Everything seemed stable and untouched, making her feel comfortable. Despite that, she was not dumb enough to let her guard down. After completing her usual daytime chores inside the submarine, she returned to her periscope, noticing something unusual all of a sudden. A group of zombies was right before her, larger than she had ever seen before. The sight was so unbelievable for Samantha that she had to double-check, pinching herself to make sure it was real. The last few weeks had been so peaceful that she had not expected them to appear all of a sudden. But she was grateful that it appeared at a time when she was still inside and not venturing out onto the docks. That would put her in an extremely vulnerable position, making things awful for her. The zombies were moving erratically towards the submarine, their twisted bodies shuffling across the concrete. Samantha's heart raced as she saw them, larger than any group she had seen in one place together. It was horrifying. But she did not have the time to stand and worry. It was time to act. Without hesitating for a single second, Samantha grabbed her machete and climbed up to the access hatch, peering out cautiously while she did so. The zombies were much closer now, their terribly loud groans only growing louder. Samantha knew she couldn't fight them all on her own, and if they somehow found an access to the submarine, she would not be able to defend herself, which meant that the only way to save herself would be by sealing the hatch as quickly and efficiently as she could. But as she turned to climb back down, she heard a sound that made her blood run cold. It was the one thing she had been expecting, but it scared her too. A loud clang echoed through the inside of the submarine, like claws scraping against metal. The zombies were trying to invade her space. She turned around just as another sound reached her ears, confusion causing her eyebrows to furrow. The sound of claws against metal was replaced by the sound of metal hitting against metal. Samantha spun around to scan the docks, going back through her access hatch when she saw him. A man stood right in front of her on the dock, his back against a shipping container. Samantha could see he was armed with a rifle, a string of bullets across his chest as he remained surrounded by the undead, their glowing red eyes locked squarely on him. Samantha was slightly stunned. Any normal person would have some hint of fear in their eyes when they were surrounded by this many zombies, but his brown gaze was fearless. Samantha hesitated, unsure of what was happening. She had survived this long by staying hidden and avoiding contact with any other survivors. She had been on her own from the very beginning. But something about this man's desperate situation, which had taken all attention away from Samantha, struck a chord in her heart. She could not just let him be. Without wasting any more time, she made a split-second decision. Grabbing a flare from her backpack from inside the submarine, she lit it up and hurled it towards the zombies, distracting them from the bright light. This gave the man a chance to break free. He sprinted wildly towards the submarine, his rifle still slung over his shoulder. Samantha climbed down the access hatch and sealed it behind her, her heart pounding loudly. She waited, her hand still on the handle of her machete. A few moments later, there was a knock on the hatch, 3 quick raps, followed by 2 slow ones. It was exactly the signal she had used to communicate with other survivors in the early days of the madness. She knew it was going to be him. Breathing deeply, Samantha opened the hatch and the man climbed inside, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was extremely tall and broad-shouldered, with a military bearing and a face that was both rugged yet looked kind. Samantha felt as if she could instantly trust him, knowing that he would never hurt her. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice rough with masculinity. "Samantha. And you?" "Captain Arnold," he replied, staring at Samantha. "How did you land here, and how long have you been living inside the submarine?" "A few weeks. I checked the entire base when I came here and did not see you. Where did you come from?" Samantha asked in reply, wanting to know everything about him before she decided to actually trust him. "I was stationed here when the apocalypse hit and have been living here since. I venture out here and there for supplies and weapons, but I live on the other side. I was gone for a few days and only returned today, and I think the unfollowed me. But now I can see they might have followed your scent as well," he replied. "So what will we do?" Samantha asked Arnold, who nodded at once, heading straight for the control room. She stood there as he tinkered with a few controls that Samantha had not bothered touching, finding them useless. To her surprise, an entire concealed glass hatch opened from above them, and Arnold quickly climbed up towards it, aiming his rifle on the small opening. It took him a few minutes while he shot the zombies, all of them falling dead, while some of them ran away quickly. Samantha was both surprised and impressed at his skills, knowing fully well that his arrival would change a lot of things, only if they stuck together. But a part of her said they were going to. It was in the best decision for both of them. Once the two of them were sure that everyone was dead or gone, they went out and cleared the zombies from outside, removing their bodies entirely. Samantha was grateful for the help because she knew if it was not for him, the zombies might have somehow managed to invade the submarine by now. That was the last thing she wanted. Once the area was cleared, Arnold turned towards her. "So, how do you want to do this?" he asked seriously, confusing Samantha. "Do what?" she asked. "Do you wish to stay alone, or do you want to work with me to secure the entire base for ourselves so we can find some element of safety? Neither of us can do it alone, but together, we might be able to make it happen." Samantha looked at him, knowing he was right. Even though she had stayed alone throughout the apocalypse, she could not stay alone forever. It was time she took the companionship that was being offered to her and made the best out of it. It was going to be rewarding if she looked at it positively. "Let's do it together." Arnold smiled, and the two of them shook hands, finalizing their deal. They did everything they could in order to make the base more secure, which included using traps and explosives to thin the numbers of the zombies hovering just outside the base. They worked together to repair defenses, set up barriers and watchtowers, and everything else possible to keep the zombies at bay. For the first time in years, Samantha was planning actively for the future and not just 2 days ahead of her. She expanded her garden by bringing it out of the submarine and onto the base, and they worked to start the larger desalination plant to clean water at an even quicker pace. They were rebuilding their sanctuary one day at a time, and Samantha began to feel more peaceful. Arnold's presence made her feel safer and braver. She was learning from him and seeing a glimmer of. She had survived on her own for so long, and now she finally had a partner, someone who understood the struggle of this time and shared her determination to survive. Together, they were stronger and could face anything the world threw at them. Samantha stood on the docks, watching the submarine which she still used, and the rest of the base spreading behind her, which had turned into her home as well. Even in these times, she felt lucky, as if she had accomplished the impossible. She was trying to build a life for herself, and Arnold was right there with her, and together, the zombies could do nothing to them. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the hallway, followed by the horrifying guttural groans of the undead. Oliver froze, getting up from the king-size bed of the presidential suite he was lounging on, his hand immediately reaching for the dagger waiting for him at the nightstand. All the other weapons he had accumulated were also at different spots inside the presidential suite, readily available to Oliver. He only needed to extend his hand to grab the machete, sword, and gun. He knew they were inside. The zombies had certainly breached the hotel, their presence all around him. He had already known this day was bound to come. No matter how secure he managed to make the hotel, no matter how many barriers he had built, these zombies were relentless creatures. They always found a way in, no matter how secure the place was. Despite that, Oliver was not panicking. Having spent 5 years dealing with these creatures in the post-apocalyptic world, he was both trained and ready for anything and everything. He had planned for this already, and he knew if he only played it smart, he could get through this. He had spent months preparing for the moment when the hotel would no longer be safe, the sanctity and peace ruined by the arrival of the zombies. And now, the moment had finally arrived. Oliver sprinted down the corridor, his boots barely making a sound on the plush, thick carpet. The only reason he had chosen this hotel for his safe space was the fact that the top floor had not been looted and appeared in perfect condition. Hence, he had directly come to the presidential suite and had turned it into his sanctuary, a fortress within a fortress. But it wasn't just the safety of the suite which kept him alive, but also the network of escape routes he had created on the top floor, the hidden doors and corridors that allowed him to move through the hotel easily and completely unseen. And then there was the roof, his absolute and only lifeline. The roof was where he had somehow managed to grow food in the form of vegetables, fruits, medicinal plants, and crops. The apocalypse had taught him everything. It was also where he had found a broken motorized hand glider, which must have been for the hotel residents' recreation before the apocalypse. Oliver, being an engineer, had been overjoyed at the find and had worked tirelessly to put the glider in working condition again. The motorized hand glider now stayed tucked away on the roof, and Oliver knew it would prove to be helpful in these conditions. The roof was definitely his only way out, and if the zombies out there were way too many or entirely undefeatable, all Oliver would need to do was get to the roof. After that, everything would be in his favor once again. But before that, he needed to see how many of them were inside, and how hungry did they appear. Despite everything, Oliver was ready. Oliver had found this hotel about 6 months ago, when he had randomly happened upon this part of the country on accident. After 5 years of the apocalypse going by, almost everyone who had still managed to survive had built a survival strategy for themselves. Oliver's strategy was simple. All he did was move around from place to place, looking for safe shelter. At this point, he had probably seen the entire country, running from place to place. Finding the hotel had been unexpected and surprising, especially since Oliver had not gotten a proper shelter in weeks. The entire country had been overrun years ago, the streets now filled with zombies and buildings reduced to rubble. But the hotel, a towering 5-star luxury resort, was mostly intact. That was what had truly surprised Oliver, because in the world he lived in, finding buildings which were still standing was not entirely easy. When he had entered inside, the lobby was brimming with a group of zombies, but Oliver had fought them through. His machete in one hand, with his dagger in the other, he had dispelled all of them, throwing them out of the doors and closing all windows and doors behind him. He looked around the entire building carefully, but it had been deserted. Heading straight for the top floor, Oliver had reached the presidential suite, which was entirely untouched, a relic of the old world. The furniture was pristine, the minibar fully stocked. The bathroom was still filled with expensive toiletries that Oliver had forgotten even existed. It was a palace in the middle of a rotting wasteland, and he had been ecstatic at coming across it. But he wasn't naive enough to just move in and call it a day. He knew better than trusting an unprotected building. He had in fact worked night and day to turn the suite into a fortress. He worked all alone to barricade the doors, reinforce the windows, and set up traps to deter intruders. The traps were mostly for the zombies, but he wished to deter any other survivors as well, if they chose to enter the hotel. This was his fortress, and he wanted to keep it that way. But he hadn't just ended it at that. He had also created a massive network of escape routes, using the interconnected hotel rooms to his advantage. The storage room on the top floor was replete with supplies and tools which he had used for his project, and by breaking down walls to create hidden passages, Oliver had tried to secure an exit for himself. The hidden pathways allowed him to move through the hotel without being seen and directly reached the most important place in the entire building, the roof. The roof was Oliver's pride and joy when it came to the hotel. He still did not know how he had managed to turn it into a garden using the pots and seeds available. He had managed to grow vegetables, fruits, medicinal herbs, and even crops, such as rice and corn. The roof already had a broken greenhouse, where a rainwater collection system was established. Using everything he had learned at university during his engineering degree, Oliver fixed the system to give water to his own plants and set up a solar panel array to power his tools and gadgets. But the crown jewel of the roof was the motorized hand glider. The glider, which had clearly been usable and functional once, was now broken, but it was sleek, a beautiful lightweight contraption which was designed for recreational use. Oliver had spent weeks modifying it, adding a small motor and extra fuel to increase its range. The glider was his ultimate escape plan, his way out if the hotel was ever compromised. And now that the hotel had once again been invaded by zombies, the plan was being put to test. He quickly glanced through the corridors of the top floor and noticed that the zombies had still not reached there. He returned to the presidential suite and slammed the door shut behind him, his heart pounding loudly in his chest. Listening closely through the door, he could hear them in the hallway, their guttural groans growing louder with every passing second. He knew they were coming closer, perhaps able to smell his human scent. He did not have a lot of time. Quickly running to the large walk-in wardrobe, he grabbed the backpack which was already packed with supplies and slung it over his shoulders. Oliver kept the bag packed with everything he might need if he had to run away and restart elsewhere, and he knew this was one such moment. Sighing deeply, he opened the hidden panel in the wall, revealing a narrow passageway that led to the adjacent room. Moving quickly through the darkness with the help of his flashlight, Oliver remained careful not to tip the zombies about his location by making any sounds. They had excellent hearing, and this was the last thing Robert wanted. The passageways were narrow, cramped, and dusty, but Oliver knew they were safe, and he trusted them completely. He had spent weeks creating these escape routes, breaking down walls and reinforcing the structure to make sure they won't collapse. But to ensure even greater safety, he had also set up traps along the way, which included tripwires, connected to flares and oil slicks that could be ignited easily. He even had a few handmade explosives, which he had planted at different intervals. He knew firing these traps would ruin the entire structure of the hotel, but he would do anything for his own safety, even if it meant destroying his only sanctuary. He had actually hoped that he would never have to use these methods, but now he was grateful for the foresight and the planning. He had done the right thing. As he moved through the passageway, Oliver's mind raced. He had always known the hotel was not going to be a permanent solution, and he would need to run elsewhere someday or the other. Hence, he was at least not sad. The zombies sounded erratic and relentless, and Oliver could hear the sounds of things breaking and feet stomping. It was true he had hoped to stay here a little longer and perhaps manage to grow enough food to stockpile it for supplies and later use. But there was a bright side to everything. It was difficult enough to carry the heaviness of the backpack he was currently holding. It would have been mostly impossible to carry any more food with him. Now, he would have to leave everything behind, including the suite, the garden, the hotel, and the semblance of a life he had managed to build in this part of the country. But he was not going to let his sadness make him give up. He needed to reach the hand glider. That was his only way out. Oliver finally reached the end of the large passageway and pushed open the hidden door, emerging into another hotel room. He could hear the zombies in the hallway, their claws scraping against the perfectly wallpapered walls on the corridors. It pained him to see this old relic of time being destroyed by their heinous methods, but he did not have the time to stand and mourn, or even try to stop them. Ignoring everything, he sprinted across the room he had reached into and opened the door, which led straight upstairs to the roof, the cold night air hitting him from the opening like a slap. He was just about to step upstairs when a loud rumble from the passageway reached his ears, and he knew. The creatures had found the passageway. Taking a deep breath, Oliver returned to the end of the passageway and ignited the switch on the walls, which linked all of the traps he had together. He knew he only needed to push a single button for all the traps around the hotel to fire up and scare away the zombies. As much as he had wished to avoid it, it was definitely necessary to draw them away from him. It would take him a few minutes to put the motorized hand glider into position and fly away using it, and the zombies reached him before that. Escaping would be impossible. Their footsteps came closer, and without any further delays, Oliver pressed the button, a loud explosion sounding somewhere in the hotel. A bright orange flame appeared in the darkness of the passageway, and Oliver felt relieved to see that the plan was set in motion. He ran back to the opening which reached the roof and stepped on the spiral staircase, closing the door behind him. He sealed it. Quickly taking 2 stairs at a time, Oliver finally reached upstairs, noticing how the roof was a perfect balance of planters and equipment, the vegetables and herbs growing on one side as they swayed in the soft breeze. The streets below were deserted, and every building around him was broken entirely. Oliver ignored everything else and ran straight towards the hand glider, which was safely docked away inside a small compartment shed, parked near the edge of the roof. He took the glider out, surveying it from every direction to make sure there were no damages. He always kept it fully ready to fly, and today was no exception. The tank filled with usable fuel. The tank was dull, and he knew it was enough to get him out of the city, or perhaps even further if he tried. But he would have to move quickly through it all. He was just about to strap himself into it when the rooftop door was thrown open, the zombies venturing inside. Oliver's eyes widened, not having expected them to reach him this quickly. He breathed in deeply, still not panicking. It had been a long time since he had been this close to one of these creatures, or had to fight them one-to-one. The hotel had kept him safe, but they had clearly followed him through the hotel, their twisted forms shuffling straight towards him. Oliver did not hesitate for even 1 second, knowing exactly what he needed to do. He left the glider by the edge and ran towards his shed again, bringing out the handmade explosives he had stocked there. Firing up the explosives, he threw them at the zombies and tried to slash a few of them with his trusted dagger. He had no desire to fight them all off or kill them before he went. He just needed to create enough diversion to make his escape possible. Once the zombies were absorbed in the thick of the blast, Oliver strapped himself in the hand glider, ready to take off. But just then, a few of them ventured past the blast, running straight towards Oliver. A loud explosion sounded from inside the hotel, and the back part of the building began to fall, forcing all of them to turn around and see what the matter was. Oliver breathed in deeply, watching how serious the situation was becoming. In just a few seconds, more bombs were going to explode right underneath him, taking the entire hotel down. Oliver had no plans to die, and especially not through the traps he had set up himself for intruders. He needed to escape. It was now or never. He took out the gun from his inside jacket, which he only saved for emergency situations, and aimed it at the zombies heading straight towards him. He knew if he did not kill them, they would hang on the glider to follow behind him, and Oliver could not afford that right now. It would destroy the glider, and this was his only escape route. Taking a deep breath and aiming as perfectly as he could in the chaotic, panicked situation around him, Oliver fired at the first zombie, and he fell down, dead in a single instant. The other two zombies running towards him were met with the same fate, and Oliver finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tucking the gun back inside his jacket, Oliver started the motor, whirring the hand glider to life. He was immediately relieved to see that it was working, and within seconds, he was flying off the roof, away from the hotel. A very loud explosion reverberated through the street just then, and as Oliver turned around, he could see the hotel dissolving into rubble. The zombies were still on the rooftop, and many of them were still inside the hotel, and he knew they would fall down with the hotel, dying instantaneously. That was exactly what Oliver had aimed for, even if destroying the hotel had been a difficult decision for him. As he flew away through the help of the hand glider, his heart mourned for the place which had given him shelter, luxury, and a sense of peace. It was the first time in years he had slept on a comfortable bed and had felt clean after taking a hot shower. The hotel had truly been heaven for him. But despite the losses he had incurred, Oliver had made sure to fill his backpack with everything important. He had food, seeds to grow plants again, clothes, medical supplies, toiletries, and whatnot. No matter where he landed, he would find another place to turn into his home, and he would be steadfast in work and resilient in nature, and he would make sure to make the best out of the situation. The hotel had been pure luck, and Oliver could be lucky again. Even if he wasn't, he was still brave and smart, and he knew and understood the apocalypse and the mind of the zombies. The hand glider kept flying into the night sky, taking him over the city as the wind whipped his hair. The city was a graveyard beneath him, the streets filled with zombies while the buildings faced total destruction. But Oliver was not going to look back again. He was only looking forward, towards the unknown horizon spreading out before him. He didn't know where he was going to land or what he would find there, but he was a survivor, and he was ready to stay alive with the hope of a new tomorrow. He disappeared into the night, his silhouette fading against the stars. The winds carried him away, leaving silent in its wake. His ears were still ringing from the sounds of the explosions in the hotel, but he knew safety waited for him up ahead. Perhaps not long-lived safety, but it was going to be safety all the same. The zombies were still there, and they were going to stay, but Oliver had himself to count on, and he was not one to give up. The forest was eerily silent, allowing Ben to hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. The only sound besides that was his ragged breathing and the occasional crunching of leaves under his boots. He moved cautiously through the darkness, his rifle slung over his shoulder, his eyes scanning the dense trees for any signs of movement around him. After surviving for 2 years in the post-apocalyptic world, he was always ready for anything to come his way. He knew the undead could come at him from any direction, which was the reason he was always ready. Although he could sense they were not around, or else their groans would have echoed through the silent forest. The easiest thing about the undead was their jerky movements and erratic stature, their glowing red eyes always visible from a distance. They did not have the potential of creeping over anyone silently, which was why Ben knew he could prepare himself if they ventured around him. Hence, in the heart of the forest where he was right now, there was a strange sense of peace. He had been wandering for weeks in search of shelter and safety, unable to find anything around him. That was what had brought him into the forest, because some part of his heart had told him that the undead were not going to be here. They preferred to stay on the mainland, closer to where it would be easier to find prey in the form of humans to consume and convert. Venturing to the boundaries which had been deserted by most people sounded like the safest idea. He continued walking when suddenly he saw it. Rising above the treetops, in the midst of the lush green forest around him, there was a fire watch house. The wooden frame appeared weathered, but it was still standing, making Ben's heart leap with joy. It was the perfect fortress in the sky, a place from where he could see the undead coming from miles and miles away. Forgetting all about his exhaustion from days of wandering, he quickened his pace out of sheer happiness, everything else momentarily insignificant. Reaching the stairs, which were racing up in the form of a spiral from the forest ground, he climbed the stairs to the watch house when he suddenly noticed something strange. The door was ajar, its lock broken. Someone had been here before him, or perhaps someone lived there still. He would have to go in and find out. As he walked inside, the first thing he noticed immediately were the mounds of dust settled over everything. He could see that whoever was the person who had once been here had been gone for a long time now. The Firewatch house was clearly no longer inhabited, and it immediately set Ben at peace. He knew he could now actively work to make the place his own. The Firewatch house was small but sturdy, its single room filled with a plethora of maps, binoculars, and even a radio. A cot sat in one corner of the modestly sized room, its sheets dusty yet still intact. Ben dropped the large backpack he always carried with him at one corner and collapsed onto the cot, his body beginning to ache with exhaustion. For the first time in weeks, he finally felt safe. Safe enough to do nothing but rest and be his own self, unapologetically. After taking a breather, he got up again, realizing how the watch house was not proving to be just a shelter, but instead a treasure trove of supplies. Ben managed to find canned food in the cupboards, a first aid kit under his cot, and a stash of ammunition in a locked cabinet. To his surprise, the apartment was also filled with tanks, and tanks of fuel that seemed excessive for such a small place. Ben also knew how hazardous it was, considering he was in the middle of the forest, and just a little bit of fire could potentially burn down the entire place. As he continued to look around the room, his gaze suddenly landed on a worn diary with a leather-bound cover, the pages filled with neat handwritten notes. The first entry was dated just before the apocalypse had begun, throwing the world into a wild chaos. Ben began to read. Day 1. The world is falling apart. The virus is spreading faster than anyone could have ever anticipated, and we are all going to die. People are turning into flesh-hungry monsters, and even though I am so far away, all the news is reaching me. But I have decided to stay here, in the watch house. It's the only place where I feel safe. Ben flipped through the diary, his heart racing wildly with fear and anticipation of what was written further. The entries were written by a man named Timothy, who had called himself the Fire Lookout Captain. He had been here when the apocalypse had hit, and he had stayed, watching the world burn from his perch in the sky. But Ben had the feeling that the diary was not just a record of his survival, but instead a blueprint for ending the apocalypse. Or perhaps an autobiography of Timothy's very death. Because if he had indeed chosen to stay here, where was he? And why did Ben suddenly feel as if his spirit was lingering somewhere around him? Something was certainly not right. He skipped through page after page, continuing to read Timothy's story of survival. It was filled with an account of how the power had been cut, followed by all networks, and connection disappearing entirely. Timothy had been isolated in the forest, but he had been safe since the undead had still not ventured towards it. Despite that, life was difficult for him in terms of finding supplies and securing the Firewatch house. Continued reading, finally reading the last page, noticing how the entries were getting shorter and even more difficult to comprehend. But the last entry was the longest in the entire diary, the ink smudged as if by tears. Why would Timothy be crying? Ben continued to read. Day 398. I have managed to discover something. The undead are drawn to a specific sound, which is a low, guttural call that mimics their own. When I went into town, I carried my recorder and recorded the sounds made by a few undead. If the call is played on the radio for 2 days straight, all the undead will seek coverage in the forest. Just after that time, if the forest is set on fire when they are inside, they will all die. That is how the world can be saved. But I have failed. I don't have the strength to do it because after playing the call for 2 nights straight, I could not spread the fuel in the entirety of the forest. And I cannot light up the whole place all at once. I don't think I can do it at all, and I can see how they are coming for me. They have all gathered in the forest and are heading straight for the watchtower. I won't let them come upstairs and destroy the tower, so I am heading downstairs to let them have me. If anyone finds this diary, please finish what I have started. You will find the tape just underneath the drawers in the radio. The fuel is right in the nook of the room. I am sure if you have found this diary, you have already found the fuel. Please do not let my sacrifice go in vain. Help the world to whatever extent you can. Light the forest up and burn them all down. That is the only way. Ben's hands trembled as he read the entry, unable to believe what was before him. He had stumbled upon a chance to end the apocalypse and save what was left of humanity. But would all the undead even be able to venture towards the forest in just 2 days? It sounded impossible, but it was still worth a try. He would not be able to find out without trying, at least. It was not going to be easy. He already knew that. He would have to lure the undead into the forest and set the place on fire. But the most difficult part of it all was, he would have to escape before the flames consumed him as well. This sounded like a suicide mission, but after spending 2 years in the midst of this madness, he had nothing to lose. He diligently spent the next few days preparing for it as best as he could. He already knew where the fuel was, just as Timothy had mentioned in his last diary entry, and had spent hours surveying the forest in all possible directions. Once he was certain he had a good idea of the perimeters, he slowly and discreetly went about on a journey to spread the fuel all over the area, going as far as he could and as close to the watch house as he could as well. He rigged up a series of explosives using the ammunition he had found, create makeshift bombs. Once everything was done, he surveyed the area again and realized that he was heading in the right direction. It had been 2 weeks to his arrival in the forest watch house, and the place had been his sanctuary. If he thought logically, what he was about to do might not be the best idea, since he might die, or perhaps the undead won't die at all, and it would simply result in the loss of such an excellent hideout. But he could not ignore Timothy and his last words. If he had written something like this in such a tough time, it had to mean something. And Ben was tired of the conditions the entire world had to suffer through. He had to do something. He already knew that he would not be able to abandon everything and run, not knowing if the undead had even accumulated in the forest or not. That only meant he would somehow need to stay there until the very end, after the forest had been set on fire. The plan was a huge risk, but it was the best thing he could do. He had no other choice except for this. He had already connected the explosives he had made and planted around the forest to a remote control detonator, and only one switch of it would help him get through to lighting the entire forest on fire. This was the only plan which was going to work. If only he had someone to help him, he might have been better at doing this, but he had no one. So he simply needed to trust himself, and this might be his only chance. Taking a deep breath, he looked through the drawers in the cabinet underneath the radio table, and just as Timothy had mentioned, a set of tapes was waiting for him. Ben carefully went through all of them, noticing how most of them were just tapes of music or talk shows, until he finally happened upon a single tape. It was unmarked and appeared different than the rest. His heart beating loudly in his chest, Ben placed the tape in the radio and started to play it, the watch house immediately filling with sounds of the undead. The sound was so perfectly captured that it scared Ben for a few seconds, until he calmed down again. It was as real as it could get. He picked the tape up and placed it outside onto the balcony, keeping a glass over the speaker to help make the sound even louder. The call was eerie, and the absolutely realistic sounds sent shivers down Ben's spine. He felt it in his heart that it was going to work. The sounds were certainly a call. At first, nothing really happened, and then Ben began to play it on a loop, the sound echoing through the forest, through the trees and the plains. He went inside, knowing that the undead certainly won't just appear on the first night. Ben had to practice patience. He woke up the next morning, feeling a difference in the air. As he stepped out in the balcony, he could hear the sounds of the groans, not just from the radio anymore, but from all around him. It felt as if they were replying back to the call, running slowly towards it. Ben stayed inside the hut, keeping a watch through the windows. All of a sudden, they began to emerge from the trees, their twisted bodies shuffling towards the watch house. His heart was pounding, but he stayed put. There were hundreds of them right before him, which meant thousands and thousands were spreading in the forest. They were converging due to the call, just as Timothy had said. Ben knew this was time to set his plan into action. He was not going to wait for them to reach him. He had to reach them first. Ben waited patiently, high up above on his perch in the fire watch house, as the undead filled the forest, trying to find the direction of the sound. They were all around the watch house, but none of them had ventured upstairs yet. Ben knew they had intellectual limitations and might not be able to navigate the rickety stairs of the watch house. That was exactly what he wanted, for them to stay away from him. Once they guttural groans became loud enough to drown out the call, he finally took the remote detonator out, reading to set the explosives in action. With one quick motion, the detonator went through, triggering the whole system into firing up. The forest immediately began to burst into flames at regular intervals, starting from the edges. The groans became even louder as the confusion increased between the armies of the undead. The undead screamed, their twisted forms consumed by flames in the distance. The ones close to the watch house were still alive, since those explosives were still intact. Ben knew he needed to run. That meant navigating from the midst of the undead. He would need to wait, just for a little while. He had a better chance of emerging out alive from the rapidly spreading fire than through the armies of the panic-stricken undead. They were already unpredictable, and Ben knew from experience how they got even worse during situations where they were threatened. He needed to be both patient and smart, and he was mostly ready for it. Pressing the last button on the detonator, he hid behind the cot and covered his ears. As the explosives just around the watch house erupted, the glass of his windows breaking miserably. His ears were ringing and his head hurt, but he had no time to obsess over any of it. The undead were burning all around him. Covering himself and his backpack with a large coat that might protect his body from the heat, he stepped out of the balcony, trying to figure a path out for himself. Everything around him was burning wildly, but he had no time to spare of plan. He could not wait to see the outcome or for the fire to die down. Otherwise, the fire would consume him too. Taking a deep breath, he covered his face with a mask and ran, the heat of the fire on his back. He ran with his arms spread forwards, trying to find as many clear openings as he could. All around him, the undead were burning, some of them still alive and running around frantically. None of them came for Ben, clearly still in shock about what was happening. He kept running and running until he finally reached the edge of the forest, the flames right at his back. He ran out of the burning tree shade, still in shock about how easily the fire had spread in the woods, seemingly unstoppable. The smoke choked the air he was breathing, and he collapsed on the ground, his body aching with exhaustion. The forest continued to burn behind him, the flames lighting up the night sky in perfect grandeur. Ben could not believe any of it. He removed the coat from his body and fetched a bottle of water from his back, drinking the entire thing in one single go. He had somehow managed to do it. He was badly burnt, and his body ached, his lungs having inhaled too much in such little time. But he had not given up. He had ventured on a suicide mission and had somehow come out the other side still alive. It seemed impossible, but he had done it. He continued to stare at the outskirts of the burning forests, the loud grunting of the undead still reaching him from the flames. He did not know if the fire would be enough to save the world, and if every single undead which existed had somehow burnt down in the flames. But it was a start. He knew he had killed at least 1,000 of them, and if he only went around and made his own army, they could bind together and kill the ones who were left. For the first time in 2 years, he finally felt a glimmer of hope. He had done something, and this might be it. This might be the only possible solution for humanity and the way to save it. Ben stood up, knowing he had to leave before the fire spread even further. He disappeared into the night as the wind carried him away, providing some healing to his burn marks. It would take a lot of time to rebuild the world and start anew, but it just might be possible again. All because of Timothy. Ben was safe, and a beacon of hope was shining in his heart through the world of despair he had been caught up in. He was going to get through this. The apocalypse was not forever,